And good morning to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we are getting set for cricket, lovely cricket. Windward Island Super 50 Championship game. St. Lucia versus Dominica. As we see Kimani Melius, the St. Lucia captain, the opener, walking out. And so the news is that Dominica, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So St. Lucia will bat first. As I say, good day to you. Claudius Emmanuel here. And of course, Ryan O'Brien will be assisting me in bringing you the action. So bright, sunny day at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. A little bit of rain overnight and this morning, but very bright sunshine as we start. Two umpires in place. Umpire George, it looks like, from Grenada, and umpire Pierre Louis from Dominica. So that's the two men doing the officiating. And so we are about to start. It's going to be Vincent Lewis who's going to pick it up from the northern end, and he will come into the St. Lucia captain, Kimani Melius, who's going to take first knock. So we'll give you an indication of the 11s. So this is a replay of what we had on Thursday. St. Lucia and Dominica. Dominica getting the better of St. Lucia. But these two teams coming on top. So St. Lucia, McKenny Clark, O'Geese, Edward, Eugene, Gaston, Melius, Edward, Leo, Eli Box, and Descat. So Don and Edward coming in. And think is coming in at the expense of Chico Dominica, Fontaine, Joseph, Pascal, Tyson, Hodge, Robinson, Tavernier. First delivery. Top edge. That will go down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So Kimani Melius, not in control, will get the boundary. Short one from Lewis, and Melius quickly onto it, hooking away and getting a boundary off the top edge. So he's off the mark. So the Dominica side, let's give you that again. So Pascal, the captain today. Of course, no Alec Athanaze. So Pascal, Hodge, Hamilton, Tyson, Lewis, Ansel, Robinson, Benjamin, Joseph, Tavernier, and Fontaine. Lewis operating round the wicket to Melius. Swinging full toss, hit away over mid-wicket. 6. Loose delivery from Lewis. And Melius, well, happy with that. It swung, but it swung onto the bat. And off the bat, it swung away all the way over mid-wicket for 6. So Melius very busy. He's 10 from 2 balls. And St. Lucia with a very rapid start. 10 without loss. St. Lucia making one change to the side that was beaten by Dominica on Thursday. Tyrell Chico losing out to the leg spin of Don and Edward. Lewis changes his approach over the wicket now to Melius, who is pulling, not getting hold of it, but it will fall safely towards square leg. Fielder coming off the boundary. And so Melius gets 1, goes to 11, and is very aggressive in what we have seen from him. The first 3 balls of the innings, so he has gone 4, 6 and then 1. 11 he is, and Lucia 11 as well. Akim Auguste will take first ball, and he's gonna face up to Lewis. So for Lewis to Auguste, 2 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Third man also. Lewis over the wicket to Auguste. Swing in delivery. Played down past the slip. The second slip down to third man. Tyson is there. And they take 1 to get Auguste off the mark. And the total going up to 12. 12 without loss. St. Lucia and Dominica ending up on first and second. They were equal on points, 8 each, but St. Lucia would have had the better net run rate. But it doesn't matter because it's 1 and 2 that are playing the final. Melius goes back. A delivery on the stumps of foolish length and playing it away into the offside. No run. So St. Lucia with 2 successive victories in their first 2 games, but then Dominica having the better of them in the third game. They both ending up on 8 points, playing the final. Question is, who has the momentum? Is it Dominica? Looking to gain some momentum is Melius, advancing on Lewis, but finding that it's a good delivery, can only defend to complete the over. The first of the innings, Dominica winning the toss and inserting the home team. St. Lucia 12 without loss. The third place playoff taking place at the Mendofuller Park, and that is between Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But right here at the DSCG, it's Dominica versus St. Lucia. Well, that's what we had on Thursday. Dominica getting the better of St. Lucia. Kavem Hodge getting ready to start over number 2, which is a change by the Dominicans. We saw him coming a lot deeper into the innings in the previous 3 games. But the Dominicans maybe are onto something, looking to use spin early against Hodge, against Melius and Auguste, or maybe it's just the matchup. Well, left armer to left hand batter. Let's see how he goes with a solitary slip in Robinson. Auguste goes back, plays to mid-on. Tyson is there, no run. So on Thursday, Dominica 315 all out. St. Lucia falling short. 246 all out. Played away into the offside. 245, correction. So Dominica winning by 70 runs. So they would think they have the advantage. Driving is Auguste, finds wide mid-off. No run. Solitary slip. Backward point. Extra cover. Short and wide mid-off. Or maybe straightish extra cover. Long off in place. Mid-on. Square leg. Backward square leg and mid-wicket. Bitten outside the off stump. Bale's been whipped off by Benjamin. Auguste with the back foot grounded. 4 dot balls from Hodge. Good start for him. 5th ball of the over. Looking to swing at it and not getting hold of it. A shorter delivery. Ogis suggesting that it skidded through onto him. And, well, not pullable at all. Wrong choice of stroke for the delivery. Hodge to Ogis. Ogis turns it away. Will not score. And plays out a maiden. So great start from Kavem Hodge, keeping the left-hander scoreless throughout the second over. So maiden over the second one. Good one from Kavem Hodge. St. Lucia 12 without loss. So in that game on Thursday, in the free 15, the hero was the little left-hander, Gian Benjamin. 120 from 100 balls. First delivery of the third over, played away by Melius to backward point. And there's no run. So Lewis, let's look at what he did on Thursday. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. We'll want to have more activity in the fourth column for Dominica. Goes into Melius. Melius is across his stumps, a little squared up, but in defense, in behind it, and plays it away effectively. So the Dominican bowlers have come back strong after the first 2 balls of the innings were hit for boundaries by Melius. We have had 8 successive dot balls. Lewis to Melius, who's on the walk, looking to gain an advantage there on Lewis, trying to get him off this good line that he has established for the first half of the over. He's not successful. A string of 3 dot balls, and that is to follow the 6 that we had in the Hodge over. So, in fact, this is a string of 11 dot balls, because Lewis had 2. His last 2 in the first over were dot balls. Off the back foot, pulled away. Square leg fielder, can he come across? Yes, he does. And he keeps it down to a single. So Jed Joseph doing the fielding. So a string of 11 dot balls being broken there by the single. Melius goes to 12. And the left-handed Akim Ogist is 1 from 7. Comes into face. 2 slips over the wicket. Lewis to Ogis. Ogis is edging on the bounce to Hodge in the slip. First slip. No run. So Lewis, the left-hander, getting a bit of movement away from Ogist, who has not been able to get himself going. Waits. Lewis to complete the third over to Ogist. Ogist is forward solidly. Good delivery. On the off stump. Straightening ever so slightly. And demanding close scrutiny. And Ogis was equal to that. Playing defensively. End of the over. Good one from Lewis. Just a 1 run being scored. St. Lucia being sent in by Dominica. 13 without loss. This is the Windward Super 50 Championship game. St. Lucia versus Dominica. And we have had good cricket right through. Number of men raising their bat to get hundreds. In fact, we have had 400s. Benjamin, Jeremiah, Douglas, Ambris, all raising the bat. Ned, the man with the most runs from Grenada, 176. Hodge bowls to Melius. Doesn't have the room, looking to slap that. Pushes it, ends up pushing it back to Hodge. Solitary slip. Hodge round the wicket to Melius. Melius is playing an ugly looking stroke. It's over the head of the slip. It's running down to third man, and a bit of football will assist Hamilton in pulling it back. So one more to, in fact, two more to Melius. Is 14, 15 without loss. He goes back, one on the off stump, pushed away to straightish mid-wicket. Pascal is there. There's no run. 15 without loss. Hodge again. Melius back, turns it through mid-wicket. The fielder is on the boundary. And it's just one. Melius going to 15, 16 now without loss. Two deliveries are left in the fourth over. Auguste, one from 9, will come into strike. Beaten outside off stump. Ball angled in. And with the angled away, I should say, across the left-hander into the gloves of Benjamin. Hodge again. Auguste gets one a lot straighter on about leg stump. Clipped away. But straight to the fielder. Robinson, end of the over. Another tight one from Hodge. 3 coming from it. 16 without loss. St. Lucia. Melius 15. Auguste 1. And we have had 3 overs. So Dominica making one change from the game on Thursday. Kyron Phillip losing out. And Kamal Hamilton coming in also is Lewis. Bowls to Melius. Melius slaps that, flat batting that. All the way umpire George is indicating, but I think he'll correct that. And that has landed just inside the rope at long on. So Melius looking to ease the pressure there. Getting a boundary at the start of the 5th over. Advancing on Lewis. It went pretty close to the boundary. Fell inches before it though. 20 without loss. Melius has had 19 of them. Lewis will continue. Over the wicket to Melius, who's back. Back of a length delivery on the off stump. Plays away to Pascal at the point region. No run. So Lewis using 2 leg side boundary fielders. Square leg and long leg, maybe even backward square leg, deep backward square leg and long leg. But we haven't seen anything short since the first over from him. This time it's short, hooked away for 4 between the 2 that I just mentioned. So I guess it had to come because he had the 2 men back and looking to bring them into play, but it wasn't short enough. And it came at a nice juicy height, about waist height to Melius, who was able to dispatch it away quite nicely, quite effectively. Another boundary to him. He's 3rd. He goes to 23 and it's 24 without loss. Doing the lion's share of the scoring. Well, he has had all but 1 of the total come from his bat. Backs away and hits into the pad. And Lewis picking up on the follow through. Not sure that there's any need for that type of stroke from Melius. going well, 23 from 17. And needing to be a lot more composed. Plenty of balls to come. This is a 50 over game, not a T10 or a T20. Lewis to Melius. Melius back. Wants a single. Into the offside. Quick one. To the non-striker's end. Missing. And Melius arriving safely in the end. The throw from Pascal. Had a good sight of all three stumps. Just missing. Melius getting the single to go to 24. And the total 25. Yes, I think Melius would have been in, even had Pascal hit. Ogis in strike. Lewis to him. Drives. Doesn't get hold of it. Straight to the man in the covers. Answer. Number 11. End of the over. Ogis remains on 1. Lewis completing his third. 5th of the innings. 25 without loss. St. Lucia batting first after they were inserted. So each of the 4 teams having 3 games. And as we look on the statistics prepared by Roland Cox, Darren Ned 176, top of the run aggregate. Gian Benjamin in number 2, 169, 164, Johan Jeremiah. Hodge starts the 6 over to Melius, who turns it into the Squeleg region for his 25th run. The total going to 26. 151, Dylan Douglas, 143, Sunil Ambris, 138, Akim Ogis. Who's in strike? Ogis. Only 1 in this inning so far. Forward. He goes, plays square into the offside. Lewis fields. No run. So Ogis here. 1 from 13. Hodge to the left-hander, who is beaten outside off stump, pushing forward. And ball going into the gloves of Benjamin. Hodge again, 4th ball of the over to Ogis, who's forward. In fact, I reckon that Ogis has not faced the ball at the far end. He has faced, I think, all of his deliveries, or maybe just 1 in the first over. Swinging away over the head of square leg and will get a boundary to ease the pressure that was building on him. So first boundary to him, short delivery, going back and clearing the head of the square leg fielder and away in vacant territory behind him for 4. So he goes to 5, 30 without loss. 1 delivery left in the 6th. Hodge again to Ogis. Ogis swings it away. 4 runs again, this time to the left of the fielder, along the ground, going backward of square leg and bisecting the man at 45 and the square leg fielder and into the boundary for 4. So good way to end the 6 over from the Ogis point of view. He goes to 9 and St. Lucia picking up the tempo against Hodge, going to 34 without loss after 6, pushing their rate of scoring to 5.7. So we give you the leading run scorers, and we'll give you the men who have done well in the wickets column. Lewis edging is Melius down to short third. Hamilton is there, and the St. Lucia captain can't score. Keon Gaston, well, in a class by himself, the only man to get into double figures in terms of wickets. He has 12 from his 3 games. The next man, 7. That's Shonil Edward, his compatriot. Jed Joseph 6, Kirsten Murray 6, Daryl Cyrus 5. Lewis to Melius, full toss it away over the head of extra cover, out towards the boundary for 4. Another loose delivery from the left arm seamer, and Melius almost bludgeoning that over the offside for 4. His 4th boundary to go with 1 maximum, taking him to 29. And St. Lucia 38 without loss. St. Lucia, no doubt, looking for a solid foundation to build on. From what we have seen in the 3 games here so far, you need at least 300 to be in contention. Lewis to Melius, down the leg side, swinging at it, missing. And wide call by umpire George. Happy to see him turning to us with the signal. And we appreciate that. 39 with the wide. First extra of the innings. As Lewis short to Melius, playing the very popular no-look stroke. But he probably needed to look a little harder because he missed it. Lewis to Melius. Melius drives, top edge, will go safely out towards third man. In fact, 1 bounce into the boundary. And it'll go for 4. Well, Melius swinging lustily. The bat, in my reckoning, not coming down as straight as it should. A little horizontal. And finding the edge, sailing safely over the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4, taking the St. Lucia captain to 33. The total is 43 without loss. Lewis midway in his over, coming into Melius, backs away and missing one that is wide of off stump. So Melius 33 from 23, so he's pushing things along. Strike rate of almost 144. He's pushing things along. Maybe not as attractive as you would want from a top order batter, but Melius may be arguing, well, we need runs, and he has gotten them. Lewis to Melius. Melius gets a very wide delivery down the leg side and looking to play a sort of a flat helicopter type stroke, but no, it was really wide of off stump. In fact, that would have hit maybe a 6th or 7th stump. And so Melius missing it, but 1 more to the total. 44 without loss. Lewis, 2 wides in the over already. To Melius. Melius gets a good one on leg stump, clipped away. Oh, good work by the fielder Anselm at mid-wicket. Keeping them in their respective creases. There was a thought of the single there, but it was dangerous. Particularly as Anselm got hold of it. So Ogies stayed in his crease. But the question is, whose call was it? That's the danger area. Both men can call, but it was Melius with the shout of no, no. Turned away. He can say yes on this occasion, as that's clipped away to long leg. In fact, there was maybe not even need for a call. It was so clear, so easy. Tyson doing the fielding, end of the 7th. Melius with the single going to 34. And it's 45 without loss. So those stats prepared by Roland Cox. So we got to Daryl Cyrus, 5 wickets. Ryan John, 5. Jeremy Hayward, 4. Only 1 5-wicket haul. That by Keon Gaster, 5 for 45. Bowling change. Tyson being brought in. Tyson. Just looking to see if I see him on the list of wicket takers. Yes, he has had 4 wickets and the best of 2 for 54. So he'll bowl to Melius. Players Pavilion at the southern end of the ground. A few patrons in there. Hopefully we can get a little more, as it's a Saturday, and nice to have some more patrons taking in the action. A few in the Johnson Charles stand, way up above, in the shade, because half of that ground is in sunshine. Tyson. His first delivery to Melius. Short, pulled away straight to the backward square leg fielder. And single. 35th run to Kimani Melius. And the St. Lucia total 46 without loss. So, a couple of, in fact, 3 overs of spin from Hodge, and then the Dominicans going to the seam of Tyson. This is the view that the players are seeing of the score. Short, Ogis lets it go. And no run. So 46, 0 on the wicket, saying without loss. And well, we had a little more information in previous games. We had the scores for the individual batters. So against 1 and 2, we ought to be seeing 35 on the 1 and 9 on the 2. But the attendant today maybe needing assistance himself. Short and played down to Auguste, by Auguste, to Lewis at third man. And 1 taken. So Auguste gets to double figures. St. Lucia scoring at 6.3. They are 47 without loss. The graphic at the bottom of the screen projecting a little over 300. St. Lucia may be needing 350. We'll wait and see. Tyson to Melius. Melius plays an ugly looking hike at one that is outside the off stump. Not short enough, you think. And missing. Look at it on the replay. And maybe a ball that ought to have maybe been hit down the ground. So 35 is 47 without loss. And Melius continuing to be aggressive. 35 from 27. 2 deliveries left in the 8th over. Tyson to Melius, backing away and hitting over the infield, over point. And it will go into the boundary very slowly, but we'll get there. So, short, wide. Melius was making room and found it outside the off stump. Had to stretch. But he's a tall man, so he was able to reach it and so bringing up the 50 for St. Lucia. 49 deliveries, 31 minutes, 8 fours and 1 6. So Melius pushes on to 39. Tyson from the southern end. Bowls to him, whipped away in the air, but on the bounce to the fielder at backward square leg. A stroke of some flurry from Melius. End of the over. Melius going to 40, 52 without loss, and Lucia scoring at 6.5. So 52 without loss. We have completed 8. Ryan O'Brien will be coming into the commentary after the 10th over as we bring you the action here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Very quiet Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and we spoke about the few patrons that we have here. But later in the month, this place will be transformed because the CPL will be here from the 23rd. St. Lucia Kings will be hosting a number of games here, and of course the atmosphere will be totally different. We have 5 games, and the place will be bubbling with activity. The biggest party in sport. In swinging delivery, edge, inside edge taken. Melius is walking, and the end of him. So Jed Joseph, what a start for him. In swinging Yorker, inside edge onto the pad and caught at the first slip by Kavem Hodge. Well, that's the second time that Jed Joseph accounting for Melius. Picked him up on Thursday with an in-swinging Yorker that crashed into middle stump. Well, this one inside edge onto the pad and then caught by Kavem Hodge. So the end of Kimani Melius going caught Hodge, bowl Jed Joseph for 40. And St. Lucia at the start of the 9th over, they've lost their first wicket. 52 for 1. So Jed Joseph, no question about the movement that he gets in the air. Prodigious inward movement. Very first delivery, and accounting for the aggressive and dangerous Melius. So something to watch as the innings progresses. Noel Leo coming out. Strike rate of 171, a best of 75 at this level. So Joseph with a dream start. On Thursday, Joseph, what did he do? 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. News from the Mendefuller Park is that there's a rain delay. And so the 3rd place playoff there. Interruption there. So Leo. So 2 left-handers now in for St. Lucia and 2 slips to Leo. Driven in the air, away to extra cover, through it and into the boundary for 4. So nice sort of juicy ball outside off stump. Joseph looking to bring the 2 slips into play, but well, enough room for Leo to freeze arms. A little riskily in the air, but was able to clear the inner ring, finding the gap as well to the right of Ansem at mid-off. Is off the mark, 56 for 1. Joseph to Leo. Leo is getting one on leg stump, clipped away to mid-on. Lewis is there, and no run. So we are in the power play. So 2 fielders out of the field restricting circle. Wide 3rd man and backward square leg. Addition to the 2 slips, we've got backward point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and backward square leg. Joseph hits that over the outfield. In fact, over the long off, all the way for 6. An effortless stroke from Leo, pitched up and just pushing that with a full flow of the bat, though. Didn't look to have a lot in it. Thought it would have dropped short, but had enough to go all the way over long off for 6. So good touch there from Leo with a 4, then followed by 6. So 63 for 1. Joseph to Leo, leading edge, and going up to mid-off. So dot ball, 63. Leo 4 and then 6, so he's on 10. 63, or is it 62? We need to just, so 62. Joseph to Leo, full toss, and not cueing it properly. Ball ending up at mid-on to complete the 9th, at the end of which both batsmen on 10. St. Lucia 62 for 1. So 1 over left in the power play, and Jed Joseph completing a very successful over, as Tyson will pick up things from the northern end with the solitary slip in Hodge. First over for Tyson costing 7. The field for Tyson, long leg and third man. The 2 out of the circle. Tyson to Ogis. Slapped away into the gap at extra cover. Away to the boundary. A run for the fielder, but just to pick it up from beyond the ropes. So Ogis helping himself to a juicy one from Tyson. Short and wide. And punched away by the left-hander. Away into the gap between extra cover and mid-off. So he goes to 14, 66 for 1. St. Lucia rate of scoring pushing on to 7.2. To come for St. Lucia, Descartes, Gaston, Lybox, Edward, Clark, Edward, Eugene. Dug out by Auguste, as Tyson is full and straight. So in the batting to come, it was not a mistake where I said Edward 3 times. We have 3 Edwards in the St. Lucian lineup. Shonil Edward, Donnan Edward, Tariq Edward. And they are not brothers. Tyson to Ogis. Ogis swing and a miss outside off. Ball going between the flashing inside edge of the bat and himself. So Benjamin taking that. So good stroke, 1 ball. Next stroke, well, early in the over, but this one, a lot of risk, no return. Tyson to him, driving nicely, flowingly. But if maybe one thing that was not all that perfect about the stroke was that it found the man. But everything else was good. But another dot ball. 66 for 1. The fielding was good too, because it could have gone through Anselm. It didn't. 66 for 1. Tyson again to Auguste. Auguste tucked up, getting one back of a length on the stumps, playing away to Joseph at backward square leg, no run. So good comeback from Tyson from the first ball of the over that was driven for 4. So succession of 4 dot balls. Ogis 14 from 24. Strike rate 58.3. Tyson to complete the 10th over to Ogis. Ogis down the leg side, looking to clip it away. Struck on the pad, stifled the peel as the ball is picked up in front of the square leg umpire. End of the 10th. So the power play completed. St. Lucia 66 for 1. Leo is 10, Ogis 14. And a good opportunity to bring in Ryan O'Brien.
Thank you, Claudius Emmanuel. So we've had the first 10 overs of this innings. Dominica winning the toss and deciding they're going to field. And as I say, good morning to you wherever you are. I'm sure following the live stream, those of you interested in Windward Islands cricket, following this final between St. Lucia and Dominica in this Windward Islands Super 50 men's competition. And I say good morning to you. I also say good morning to Roland Cox and all our assistants in the box here this morning. It's got another over. So from the north end, this one just played into the offside. The fielder coming across from his left to pick up. So Leo just coming across and playing it into the offside. He's on 10. Jed Joseph, the man with the wicket so far, 1 for 10. They're starting his second over. Leo. On the pad, looks to whip it on the onside, gets the outer portion of the bat, the outside edge peeling all the way down to the wide third man region. Tyson comes off the boundary, sends a return in. So full stroke induced there. And luckily for him, didn't go to hand. So Leo looking to turn on the onside. You can see his head going up in exasperation, but luckily for him, fell well away from any fielder. So Jed Joseph causing some problems this morning. Akim Ogis, who's looked solid. He's on 14 from 25, gets on the back foot, pushes it back up the wicket. Joseph in his follow-through fields, and there is no run. Also in the box with us this morning, David Oliver has been producing a number of these wonderful shots that you're seeing. And also the young St. Lucia wicketkeeper batsman, Jonathan Daniel, giving us lots of assistance to be able to bring you the coverage of this match. As Joseph is in once more and is coming forward in defense. Is Ogis solidly forward back to the bowler. Joseph 1 for 11 in his second over. So anticipating it's going to be another very competitive day between these two. Coming through from the preliminaries as the teams 1 and 2 to qualify for this playoff. This one, short delivery. Batsman just spinning around Ogis, not interested in offering a shot. We see the signal now from the umpire. Umpire George, one over the shoulder for the over. Jed Joseph. I'm sure inspired by the fact that he's been given an opportunity just within the 10 overs of this game. So lastly, we played into the offside. So over number 11 comes to a close. And St. Lucia 68 for 1 sent in by Dominica. And this has been quite an interesting start. The captain, Kimani Melius, was very pugnacious in his innings of 40 of 30 balls. He struck 6 boundaries and also had a maximum strike rate of 133.33, but ended going caught by Hodge of the bowling of Joseph. And so far, Ogis has been there since the start. He's on 15 of 29 deliveries. And the ever busy Noel Leo, 11 of 7 deliveries. So we're going to have Gillan Tyson continuing from the southern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Reminds me a lot of Shannon Gabriel in terms of size and approach to the wicket. This one is a delivery that's coming into the body of the batsman, Ogis. And the chuckle you can hear from our box. It's the weird noise coming out from the field in terms of the response of the Dominican players to that short delivery. Having Ogis a bit tucked up there. He's got a long leg, a deep backward skew on the boundary, a mid-wicket. There's the mid-on in place. And completing the circle, the mid-off, extra cover, and a man at point. And had a good delivery, this time just on or about off-stump, but much more comfortably. Ogis just comes across his wicket and allows it to go through to the keeper, Gian Benjamin. We are seen with the gloves today. And there must be some sort of sequin on his gloves. It really glitters in the sunshine here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Some birds just chirping in front of our booth. Goes across the ground. This one is played into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. No chance of a run. So Tyson keeping the pressure on at the southern end. Just 11 runs of 2.3 overs. Tyson once more waits for Ogis. He's getting the delivery wide outside the off stump. Doesn't offer a shot. And wisely to Benjamin comes across. Signal wide 2 by the umpire. So we had a changing of the guard at the top of the run scoring in the competition as far as the batting aggregates were concerned. But Keon Gaston, he stayed on top of the bowlers. This one is driven up to mid-on, more of the inner portion of the bat as Tyson continues to maintain a very strict line. Ogis just looking to push out one on the offside with the inner portion of the bat, but straight to mid-on. So there's 2 deliveries left in over number 12. To this delivery, Ogis is getting a short delivery which he pulls. Will it go all the way? No signal for now by the umpire. Good shot, got into his wicket early. Got himself into a good position in the full swing of the bat. Just one bounce into the wide mid-wicket region. And picking up another boundary is Ogis, so that's his 4th. He moves to 19 and St. Lucia to 73 for the loss of 1. Tyson, who has been rather disciplined in terms of his length, dropping that one short. And Ogis was happy to pick up that boundary. Tyson, this one is outside the off stump, initially thought of pushing the bat at it. Withdraws at the last moment. So we've got the over completed. So we've got the end of 12. So a good comeback from Tyson, that last delivery of the over to see St. Lucia 73 for 1. Melius on the top, 40 from 30. Ogis, 19 from 35. And Noel Leo, who came in at the fall of Melius's wicket, 11 from 7. So we're going to have a break as the players have a drink and the ground staff do some refreshing of the creases. We'll take a break here. We'll be back. Okay. Okay, so some work on the run-up. Yes, actually, I thought they had come out for the first break. It's quite unusual to see the repairs on the run-up because I'm not sure if this is the same shoe that they had used just 2 days ago. But some repairs being done in the crease area. So 73 for 1. Gillen Tyson, none for 16 off his 3. At the end of the last over. Dominica looking to chase today, deciding that they would have given St. Lucia first occupation of the wicket. So we see repairs being done out in the middle. Ground staff getting the opportunity to get it done at both ends. The ground staff making the way off. As Claudia said, we've been hoping that more patrons would have come out to support this game here today. So some of the highest innings totals that you would have had: 405 for 7, St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus Dominica. 354 for 5, Dominica versus Grenada. 349 for 6, Grenada versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Dominica just on Thursday got 315 all out against St. Lucia. This one is a delivery played up into the outside. The start of a new over by Joseph. So Dominica continuing with Joseph. He's been a successful bowler so far. And St. Lucia being the 5th team as far as the highest total rankings, 307 all out versus Grenada. Joseph turns at his mark. This one is full delivery. Played down to long off. They'll just get one. Fielder coming off the boundary. They get the single rather easily. I'm sure that they will be looking to pressure the Dominicans to see how far they can get in the innings today. So Vincent Lewis coming off the long off boundary. Ogis is getting a one again of the bottom portion of the bat, not timing it. Again, Lewis has to come off the boundary on the arms of return. Not to the bowler, but to the fielder at mid-on. Anselm relays it to Joseph. Turning at his mark, Noel Leo. The batsman on strike, both batsmen left handed. This one is full again. This one is going to beat the vacant mid-on position down to the boundary. Crosses the rope now. Maybe not getting the timing you have wanted, but the time it had passed the wideish mid-on fielder, Anselm, there was no doubt that it would have made its way to the boundary. So Leo moves 16. Second boundary. 16 of 10, looking to keep a decent strike rate of 160 at the moment. Partnership inches up to 27 between these two. A good delivery this time, forcing Leo into the fence, just coming across his wicket and pushing it into the offside. Mid-off comes in to pick up. Jelani Robinson. Joseph back at his mark. One delivery left in his third over. Leo is looking to swing this one. Let's make contact. Bit ambitious there. It was a bit close to him in line with the body. But in the end, no damage done. And actually ends up very close to stepping on his thumbs. A good delivery there to end by Jed Joseph to end his third over. 79 for the loss of one, St. Lucia men. The Windward Islands men's senior Super 50 Cup match. The final here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So we're going to have a change. Anselm coming in for the first time today. So Darren Ned from Grenada has moved up with the most runs, 176 in the tournament. Gian Benjamin has really leapfrogged a lot of batters in the run aggregate, following his 120 yesterday for Dominica. He's on 169. Johan Jeremiah of Grenada, 164. Dylan Douglas and Vincent and the Grenadines, 151. And Sunil Ambris of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 143. So I think it's fair to say that Robinson would have been, or rather Benjamin would have been quite familiar with the St. Lucian attack, having played recently for the Monipo team in this year's SPL T20 right here in St. Lucia. I think there's another player in this tournament that also participated in that same competition. Daniel McDonnell out of Grenada, who represented the South Castries Lions. $79 for one. As we're just waiting for Ansem to start his attack. There's just one slip in Hodge. Men on the boundary, a long off, deep extra cover, and a man sweeping on the square leg boundary. The right-hander. Wrong the wicket to the left-handed. Batsman, this one is short. We will go all the way into the boundary. Yes, can be cut off by the deep square leg. That one was short, and Ogis had sufficient time to rock back and pull it up into some vacant space. The field at the forward square had some room to make, but it was struck powerfully enough and well timed and got itself into the boundary, crossing the rope. And St. Lucia moving up to 83 for one in 13.1 overs. So Ansem greeted with a boundary from Ogis, who's gone up to 24. To the delivery. He's coming forward in defense. Squeezes it square on the offside. No possibility of the run. 83 for one. Ogis is looking to hit that one over mid-wicket. Good shot, good contact. Will go all the way. Lands inside the Johnson Charleston. Lovely shot by Ogis. This one well tossed up. He got under it and helped it over the deep mid-wicket. So it's followed up that boundary for maximum. And Ogis goes up to 30. And that will also improve on his strike rate. So he's now got 30 from 39 deliveries. And also his first maximum of the innings. So something for Ansem to think about. He's already conceded 10 runs off just 3 deliveries. Ansem once more. And again, Ogis goes over the head of the bowler. Very straight indeed. And will get another boundary. So it's 4-6-4 so far in this over. And Ogis looking to pick up the tempo and really finding the sweet spot of the bat. Can he press on? Can Anselm pull it back? Ogis this time is just coming forward and guiding it square on the offside. Fielder comes in, picks it up. Gian Benjamin just Gian on his teammates from behind the stump. This one is driven. Bowler probably attempting to stop it on his own. Maybe just getting a finger, but the ball bursts into his hands and goes down to a long on fielder. So there's one more to bring up the end of the over. The end of over number 14. And St. Lucia men 94 for 1. And you're watching the final of this year's Windward Islands Super 50 Championship being played at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground between St. Lucia and Dominica. Dominica getting the better of the St. Lucians yesterday in the final match of the preliminary stage. They'll be looking to turn things around. Dominica, on the other hand, were looking to ride on the momentum. In case you didn't follow that, the Dominicans got 315 all out, and as I told you a short while ago, Benjamin 120, and also had good knocks from Robinson, who had 49, and a healthy addition of 48 extras as we wait to the start of a new over. By George, this one's outside the off stump. Joseph just slightly wide on that occasion. Ogis not interested, lets it go through. And bowling for St. Lucia, Keon Gaston had 4 for 55, and Shawnil Edward, he picked up 3 wickets, also conceding 55 runs. And in reply, St. Lucia getting to 245 all out. As you wait, Joseph is this time bringing Ogis forward. Looks very confident. Spent some time out in the middle, has been there from the start. Good defensive shot, walking into the shot. You had Akim Ogis get another good knock. He had 39. And lower in the order, also a knock of 39 from Keon Gaston. They were the 2 main contributors, with Kimani Melius also getting 36 at the top of the order in that 245 all out. But it's Joseph's in his 4-4, but this one is wide outside the off stump. Ogis just stretches for it, comes down heavily. Jelani Robinson moves to his left to field, and there is no run. It's a bit cooler out in the middle for the players. I think that's mainly going to be the pattern. The weather forecast promises about a 50% chance of showers today. We're hoping that there's be as much play as possible today without interruption from the rain. This one is short and he gets into his wicket, pulls it down to square leg, or maybe a more orthodox mid-wicket position. We get a single, just getting enough bat on it to beat the infield. Probably would not have carried into the boundary either. Just getting into position, getting some bat on it there was Ogis. He moves to 36, 95 for 1. St. Lucia looking for the 100-run landmark. And it brings the left-handed Noel Leo, both batsmen left-handers. Leo is getting one that's just coming into him slightly from line just on or about Midland leg. Does well to get in line. A good delivery, attacking the stumps. Joseph on that occasion. 1 for 19. And he's been watched closely. Got the wicket of Melius. Caught Hodge for 40. This one is well pitched up. He's coming forward, guiding it well into the offside. There's Leo. One bounce into Benjamin, who has to scurry from behind the stumps to pick up. So one more at the end of the over to bring the close of over number 15. And St. Lucia inching their way to 96 for 1. And the partnership has so far moved up to 44. So now we've definitely had drinks. So we're going to have our first break in the innings, the first for the match. With St. Lucia men 96 for 1 being sent in by Dominica in the final of the 2025 Windward Islands Super 50 Championship. We'll be back when play resumes. So we welcome you back after the break. With St. Lucia just 4 runs short of 100 runs. This partnership building 44. And it's Anselm who went for 15 in his first over. Roughed up a bit by Akimogis. With 2 4s and 1 6. In his first over, will be continuing from the southern end after the break. The right arm coming around the wicket to the left-hander is an appeal. Just coming high on the pad. The appeal coming up by the Dominicans. Just playing back. There was Leo on that occasion. Maybe just rushing the batsman for a bit more pace on that one. Good deceptive delivery by Anselm. This time he's short and it's pulled. Will he get just one bounce to the long on fielder? So Leo living charmingly at the moment. Luckily for him, didn't get the timing as you would have liked. Would have said that that was his intention, just to get it down to the long on over the infield. This is short, and this time Ogies finds the gap. Good shot, got into a very good position, opened up that right leg and just swung that one between the mid wicket and the long on fielder down to the boundary for 4. So Ogies continues to be consistent for St. Lucia in this competition. He's definitely had a good series thus far. 40 from 47. 100 run comes up. This one is dab back with a square. Will it get close to the boundary? Yes, it goes over the rope now. So again, Ogies taking a liking to Anselm, and another boundary, consecutive boundaries for Ogies. $105 for 1. A 50 partnership of 46 deliveries in 34 minutes, 8 fours, 2 sixes. Ogies on 44 is on the back foot and plays this down too long on. They just amble for the single. So mixing some strong defense. Anselm was finally every second over. This one is looking to whip it up the pad. There is Leo. Benjamin does well to come across on the onside. The ball just falls in front of him, bringing the overtone end of a dot ball. So the consistency of Ogies, as Roland Cox reminds me, 51, 48, 30, 39, and now 45 not out. So the youngsters really been getting some good runs for the St. Lucia team. And before this game, its aggregate was 138. So some consistency being shown by young Akim Ogies. Again, the ground staff called out to do some more repairs. Dominica looking for another breakthrough, this partnership building. 54 as it stands now. Joseph moves in it once more. This one is very wide indeed. Wide delivery. Being signaled out by umpire George. 106 for 1. So a solid start from the St. Lucia team, from which they can build up. Joseph, full on this occasion, punch back past the bowler. Then long off having to come across, picks up one-handedly, sends a return back in, but the batsman quickly able to turn for the second. Kamal Hamilton coming around to do the field-in. Ogies on strike, moved up to 47. Again, wide outside the stump. Gets it down to the sweeper, who comes across smartly to his left. Restricts them to just 1. Ogis inching closer to his half century, 48 off 51. And it's gotten more and more confident as his innings has progressed. It's Leo now on strike. He's driving well over the long off. No chance of him catching that. All the way for 6. Just in front of the equipment used by the ground staff. Too far up. And Leo, always looking to score, just raise that over the long off fielder. Can only jump on the edge of the rope. And it's gone all the way for 6, just to all right here in our commentary position at the northern end of the Darren Sammy cricket ground. So both Leo and Ogis looking to get on top of this Dominican bowling attack. This one, he's looking to drive through the offside, get off the bottom portion of the bat, thudding into the pad as well, and just rolls back up the track for Joseph to pick up. 1 for 13 or 4.4 overs. We're into the 17th of the innings. So Lucia would have seen the capability of the Dominican batsman and will be certainly looking for a score over 300. This one is driven through the outside. Offer of a catch not accepted. Robinson not taking, looked like it was a bit low, wasn't able to hold on, and a chance going up begging. Robinson, it was a bit straightforward. It came straight to him, and you can see the disappointment by the closing fielders. So Leo gets a chance, and the belligerent Leo lives to fight another day. Walks square short distance, just looking to shake that indiscretion off. This time he comes across in defense, plays it into the offside. It's like Pascal coming across, the over coming to an end, and really a loose shot there on that occasion from Leo, and luckily for him, being put down on 24, and Dominicans missing that chance to break the partnership of 64, 116 for once in Lucia after 17. So we've given you some stats on the batting and bowling in this year's competition, the Windward's Super 50 Championship. Probably a chance to look at some of the performances of the keepers. Noel Leo, who was out in the middle and just enjoyed that drop opportunity. He's had 8 catches, including 5 on Thursday. Javon Andrew of Grenada, he's had 5 catches. Dylan Douglas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 3 catches. Jelani Robinson, Dominica 2. And there have been the keepers in the tournament with dismissals. So we're going to see the start of over number 18. So Joseph, 5 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. And it's Tavernier who's going to pick it up from the southern end, or players pavilion end. This one is short enough to allow the batsman to get on the back foot. They go through for a very tight single. Leo makes his grounds. The return comes in to Benjamin. This one just offside the off stump. And some quick work there by Pascal coming in. But both batsmen set off immediately and were able to get to the respective creases. This time, Leo comes defensively forward. 117 for 1 St. Lucia. Tavernier. And Leo is hitting that one down to the position to the right of the long on fielder to pick up yet another boundary. So 4 more to Leo. He's up to 28 off 23, striking at 121.74. So these two looking to post a huge total for St. Lucia. The partnership now up to 69 and the St. Lucian rate 6.92. Last wicket of Melius caught Hodge of the bowling of Joseph for 40. This time is getting a delivery close to his off stump. Make some room. Guides it backward of square. But no possibility of a run on that occasion. He's driving this time straight to the extra cover. Can get no run. Noel Lee always looking positive, always looking to score. He's Tavernier again, he's short. This time he finds a gap between point and the extra cover. The fielder on the boundary comes across, allowing the batsman the opportunity to collect 2. So the end of Tavernier's over. 7 runs. So St. Lucia moving up to 123 for 1. So Akim Ogis in sight of his half century. 18 overs completed. 123 for 1. 6.83 at the moment. I'm sure the St. Lucians would like to step it up, especially in the latter part of the innings. We'll be looking to keep as many wickets intact as possible until the 25 over mark. The Dominicans looking to ring in the changes. Hamilton. We're going to be seeing him for the first time today. We've seen him a lot on the long on rope. Tall gentleman. Left hand over the wicket. This one is worked off the pad by Ogis to bring up his 50. A well played knock by Akim Ogis. So his consistency continues. So half century. I'm sure he'll be looking towards bigger landmarks. So Ogis is 50 or 53 balls, 81 minutes. This next delivery is just played into the offside. On this occasion, Robinson comes across, tumbles, fields, preventing the single. This time Hamilton brings the Leo forward in defense. Not a bad start so far from Hamilton. There's 2 deliveries. This one is down the leg side. Leo just stretching that right pad out, the left hander, allowing it to go to the keeper and the outstretched arms of the umpire George, signaling that wide delivery down the leg side. Hamilton. This one is driven powerfully all the way for 6 over the wide long off position. So once you're in the arc of Noel Leo, he will definitely offer that swing. And swung he did well. All the way, just a couple bounces into the wall. The stand to our far right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. He races ever so quickly up to 36 of 29 deliveries. He's almost pushing that back to the bowler, just short of the bowler. Violent attempt by Hamilton to pull it off. A bit loose of a drive there, probably beaten for the slow delivery there, just falling in front of the bowler. So Leo survives. This one is beaten, genuinely beaten. Didn't know what line to play down. Could enter the over from Hamilton. Good comeback after the 6-2 dot deliveries to end the over. And at the end of over number 19, St. Lucia men been invited to bat first in the 2025 Windward Island Super 50 Championship Cup final match versus Dominica, 131 for 1. with Akim Ogis in that last over, bringing up his 50, and Leo 36. So Tavernier continuing from the southern end, and off the back foot comes Ogis. He sits into the offside. So both batsmen now dispensing of the helmets, taking in the sunshine. Tavernier round the wicket. This one is short, and Ogis on the back foot, cramp for space, looking to make some room. But that one hustled on him and could only get it to the short extra cover position. This one he has sufficient time to get on the back foot and to tug it down to long on. The Amble a single. So just behind the bat, the lone fielder almost as a short third man position, Kavim Hodge. So only fielder behind the back for support. There's the backward square on the onside. This one straight back to the bowler. Good delivery from Tavernier. Not short enough to allow Leo to really free his arm. This one is outside the awesome, a quicker delivery. Well taken by Benjamin. Noel Leo is on the back for this time. Just gets his square on the offside. The over comes to and Pascal doing the fielding. We've had 20 completed, 132 for 1, with Ogis on 51, Leo 36, and for the next 10 overs or so, it will be Claudius Emmanuel.
Thank you, Ryan. Hamilton starts over number 21. And Ogis playing back in defense. So the partnership 80 between these two. Ogis is driving down to long on for his 52nd run. 132 for 1. St. Lucia scoring at 6.54. So good partnership this. Hamilton over the wicket to Leo. Leo turns it, but straight to the square leg fielder. No run. So Melius was caught Archibald Joseph 40. And swung away to the fielder over his head. 6. Well, the fielder coming around at square leg or sort of mid-wicket was interested for a while, but found that it had a little too much on it, going all the way for 6. So 42 Leo, 139 for 1. Hamilton again to Leo. Leo is forward, playing up to mid-wicket. Hodge is there. No run. Bit of a collision there almost between Ogis and Hamilton. Tall figure of Hamilton to Leo. Down the leg side, looking to clip at it wide goal. Leo looking to paddle that, not making contact. 140 for 1. Hamilton, faster delivery, but down the leg side again wide. So, pace there, making it go awry. We saw one that turned quite a bit in his first over. Short, no turn on this one. With the arm going back is Leo. Punching it to the sweeper. Tavernier, one more to Leo. 43 he is. 142. The over comes to an end, the 21st. 142 for 1. So Ogis 52 from 58. Leo scoring a lot faster, 43 from 38. Players Pavilion taking in the action. So players on the bottom level and the top level. Patrons. In fact, there are 3 levels in that building. The middle level, lunchroom and other conference room type facilities there. So I think there's also space there for gym as well. The back foot goes Leo. We'll get a single out to long off. They'll take 2 because there's a little slip from the fielder, Joseph. So 2 more to Leo, taking him closer to the half century. 45. 144 for 1. Partnership 92. That's it. Down the ground. Long. 6. Leo smashing that away and bringing up his 50. In some style. Raising the bat. So 50 to Leo. It has come quickly. 40 balls. 3 4s. 5 6s. Strike rate of 127. Leo crossing himself and rededicating himself maybe to go all the way to 3 figures. He's got the opportunity. This is just the 22nd over. Goes back, edging educatedly down to third man. That will go into the boundary. 4 to Leo. The effort of going hard at it, coming off the edge, no slip in place. And bringing up the 100 partnership as well as he goes to 55. 185 delivers 55 minutes. 10 4s, 6 6s. So good going. Back 150 coming up as well. Tavernier to Leo. Leo back, getting it hard into the ground. We'll get the single to the sweeper. Lewis coming off the deep extra cover, deep point boundary. So 1 to the total. 155. Leo has now overtaken Auguste, who's driving. 2 long off to get his 53rd run. As Lucia pushed to 156. Their run rate now 7.15. This has the makings of a big total as Leo hits it back to Tavernier to complete the over with a dot ball. So end of the 22nd, Leo 56 from 42. Auguste 53 from 59. And the projection for St. Lucia is 355. Well, they've got a really good platform. Still 28 overs to come. And we've got men that could push it along for St. Lucia to come. Shadrach Descartes, Keon Gaston, Jaden Libox, one who likes to go aerial and over the boundary. Shawnil Edward, Donan Edward, McKinney Clark. In fact, we saw McKinney Clark with one of the biggest 6s we have seen over mid-wicket in the car park beyond the Johnson Charles stand on Thursday. Hamilton starts over number 23 to Auguste. Auguste is swinging it on the bounce to the fielder near the umpire. No catch, but completing the fielding. Joseph. So dot ball. 156. Both Auguste and Leo shedding the helmet. Lofted out towards long on the bounce. Away to his left. That's Fontaine doing the fielding. Leo goes back and hoiks that away all the way. Yes, over backward square. Like a poor delivery from Hamilton, dragging that down and being put away by aggressive Leo. Really a very poor delivery. There's No fielder on that boundary. And Leo helping himself. The ball angled in, short down the leg side. Really meat and drink. A free hit. Leo capitalizing, pushing his total to 62. His strike rate almost 141. This time he's driving into the offside. The sweeper will come to his left. Will they look for the second? No. They stay at 1 as Tavernier is onto it. 164 for 1. Augustin strike. Flight to delivery. Clip down to long on. For an ambled single. 165 for 1. One delivery left in the 23rd. Leo in strike. Hamilton over the wicket to him. Gets a good delivery. Defense. Back to the tall figure of Hamilton, who walks away at the end of his third over. He has none for 27. And St. Lucia 1 for 165. Well, helmets were coming in, but having to go back. Looks like spin. Continuing. Players seeing that information on the scoreboard. Number 363, number 254. 27 overs left. So our attendant providing more information now. Lofted out over long on. 6 by Auguste as over number 24 started. So Tavernier being put out of the playing area by Auguste as he's gone now to 61. 171 for 1. We have had a number of maximums. That's the 9th of the innings. Pushed up to long off on this occasion. And the batsman walking the single. Partnership with 120 in fact. 120 between these two. Tavernier around the wicket to Leo. Leo back. Hits forcingly off the back foot. A long run for the sweeper. He'll come across to his left. Good pickup. And getting the return on the bounce back to Tavernier, but can't prevent 2. The couple taking Leo to 65. 174 for 1. This is the highest second wicket partnership of the competition, beating the 92 between Athenaeus and Pascal. Leo hitting that into the offside that was made against Grenada right here in match number 3. So 174 for 1. Tavernier to Leo. Leo back, hits it straight out towards long off. The sweeper in that area will not be able to sweep that. It goes ahead of him for 4. That has gone to the extra cover boundary. Well hit by Leo. He bit the man inside the circle to his left. And long off was too straight. A boundary to Leo, taking him to 69. St. Lucia 178 for 1. One delivery left in the 24th. Tavernier to Leo. Leo is struck on the pad, but it's going down. Shake of the head from umpire Pierre-Louis at the end of the over. The 24th, 178 for 1. And Leo very aggressive, pushing on nicely to come, if St. Lucia keeps to that order. Edward, Clark, Edward. Well, I don't think Clark is going to come that high. So maybe it's more like Descartes, Gaston, Eli Box, Edward, Clark. Oh, Eugene needs to come before that. So, yeah, we need to wait and see what the order will be. So it's more likely Eugene, Descartes, Eli Box to come. Let's leave it at that for now. Because, of course, as the innings progresses, things can change. What's changing for Dominica is Tyson is replacing Hamilton. Tyson, he has had, 3 overs, no maidens, not for 16. Let's give you the rest. Lewis starting, 4 overs, no maidens, not for 33. Hodge, 3 overs, no maiden, not for 12. Jed Joseph, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Ansem, 2 overs, no maidens, not for 25. Tavernet, 4 overs for 35. Hamilton, 3 overs for 27. Good diving save by Pascal at backward point as Tyson's delivery is outside the off stump and Ogie's opening the face of the bat. So Tyson 3 for 16. 3 overs not for 16, I should say. Those 3 overs were from the other end, the southern end. He has been switched to the northern end. Bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Tyson to Ogie's. Ogie's gets a good delivery, tight one, but will get the single. Just pushing it into the offside, and yeah. Good response from Leo. Getting the single. Hamilton not able to prevent it. Ogie's goes to 63. So, Noel Leo, 69 from 50. About to face the Tyson. A swing, a slap, a player miss outside the off stump, all of that. And dot ball going through Benjamin. Leo having to contend with the sweeper on the offside boundary. So he's got third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, deep square leg and long leg. This is over number 25. 3 deliveries are left. Tyson to Leo. Leo gets a good delivery. Quite a quick one as well. Not playing. Allowing it to go. It's about chest height into the gloves of Benjamin. So Dominica using 7 bowlers so far. So it's been short spells. 4-3, 3-5, 2-4-3. So nobody being overworked here. It's a hot day. Just a gentle breeze blowing. Ooh, shot. Good one. This one was at Leo, but ducking away. As Tyson with a bit of aggression. The previous 2 were outside off stump. This one at the batsman. And Leo, instead of rocking back, ducking to allow it to go into the gloves. 3 dot balls. Tyson to Leo. Leo again ducking. Over coming to an end. So an economical one, the comeback one for Tyson. Just the 1 being conceded. 25 completed, so the halfway mark of the innings. St. Lucia 179 for 1. 63 Ogie's from 66. Leo 69 from 54. And Kimani Melius, the only batsman gone. Caught Hodge, bowled Joseph 40. His wicket fell when the score was 52. That was in the 9th over. So these 2 have gone along quite nicely. 127 the partnership. Leo's contribution 69. And of course 53 from Ogie's. Ogie's scoring quite slowly at the start. Back at one stage, he was 1 from 13. He's pushed that along nicely. He's back now, clipping that away. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Fielder coming off of his position there. And not for the first time, Ogis ambling the single. 64 he is. He has faced some 38 dots outside the off stump. Leo missing. As Tavernier looking to keep things quiet. He's into his fifth over. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Short, wide, and Leo can't even reach that. Wide signal by umpire Pierre Louis. Total going up to 180 for 1. Tavernier again. And across the line. Leo looking to swat that away towards mid-wicket. Didn't have the length to do it. And I think Ogis may be saying that to him. Not maybe the right stroke for the delivery. He goes back with a straight bat as he plays into the offside. Pascal is there stopping it. And dot ball recorded. Tavernier again to Leo. Leo goes back, chops it away, straight to the sweeper on the forward point boundary. One more to Leo, number 7 on his back. He goes to 10 times that amount. That looks like a 7, it's 4. And the St. Lucia numbers are very small. Ogis is playing away, guiding square past the left hand of Pascal. Lewis having to sweep to complete the over. So 1 taken at the end of it. The 26th of the innings. St. Lucia 183 for 1. They're scoring at exactly 7. So 70 to Leo. And Tavernier completing his 5th. So Pascal, the man with the leadership of the Dominica side in the absence of Alec Atenes, who's with the West Indies T20 team in Florida. Didn't see him feature in the first game on Friday. Was it Friday? On Thursday. And could feature in tonight's game, game number 2. Ooh, letting that go, coming off the bat. But going safely down to the long leg fielder. Ogis getting a very fortunate run, leaving the bat in a position where that was not bat hitting ball, but ball hitting bat. But it all adds up. Ogis getting the run, going to 66. 184 for 1. Gillan Tyson over the wicket to Leo, who's back defending. And fleet-footed Pascal is running in, looking very energetic. Why not? He hasn't bowled, so it's okay. He has used 7 bowlers. And a number of options there for him as we get to the other 23 overs left after this one. Interesting to see what combinations he'll use. It's Tyson to Leo. Oh, a loose sort of nothing type stroke at that. Good delivery. Back of a length. Angled across him on the off stump. And Leo, well, playing at it really. And beaten. Good delivery from Tyson, who has troubled Leo in this spell. Don't think Leo has scored too many off of him in this over and the previous one. I think it's been a lot of dot balls. Tyson to Leo. Again. Ooh, is that caught? Yes, Pascal. Oh, amazing that should happen twice in one over. Leo letting it go, leaving the bat up in the air, ball hitting bat, And going to backward point for Stefan Pascal to hold on low down. Oh my word. End of Leo. So we see it again on the replay. Letting it go, not looking at it, bat in the air. Ball coming probably even off the face of the bat. And going to be caught by Pascal at point. So the end of Noel Leo. Caught Pascal, bowled Tyson for 70. And St. Lucia losing their wicketkeeper batsman. 184 for 2 as John L. Eugene comes out. Leo facing 61 deliveries, 5 fours and 6 sixes. But as I was saying, this over and the previous one from Tyson as he came back troubled Leo. A lot of short deliveries, had to go down on bumpers twice, and another short delivery. Leo looking to go down, but that bat was in the air and the ball coming off of it and caught. So the short stuff by the seamer working against the left-hander, and success for Dominica. The partnership broken. They put on 120, or was it 132 in 117 balls. So good work by Pascal, bringing on Tyson. Tyson obliging with the wicket of the dangerous Leo. And so it's Eugene, also a left-hander, to face his first one. Goes back and defends away quite competently. So 184 for 2. We have had a number of strange occurrences in this competition. So 2 batters in the same over, letting the ball go with the bat exposed coming off the bat. 1 caught, 1 not going to hand. We saw twins ending up with the identical figures in an innings. Outside the off-stump edge. Yes, gone. Eugene caught at the wicket off the bowling of Tyson. A nothing stroke from Eugene. Delivery outside the off-stump. Pushed at it and caught at the wicket. Benjamin very gleefully catching that and throwing it in the air in celebration. And the Dominicans jumping with high fives to Tyson. And why not? He has picked up 2 in the over. Eugene going without scoring. Caught Benjamin off the bowling of Tyson. And St. Lucia all of a sudden 3 for 184. Eugene with the slow walk back, not adding to his team's total. Shadrach Descartes, the new batter. Yet another left-hander. My word. St. Lucia with 4 left-handers in the first 5. So only Melius being a right-hander. Ogis, Leo, Eugene, Descartes, all left-handers. So Descartes coming in, and to come yet another one, Jaden Elibox. So that's 5 for St. Lucia. Is McKenny Clark also a left-hander? No. He's not. He's not a batting left-hander. Whipped away by Ogis. And he has 1, taking him to 67, 185 for 3. So McKenny Clark, a right-hander. Descartes, a left-hander, or a left-hand batter, right-hand bowler. Will take his first one from Tavernier, who started the 28th over. And he will face up and, not surprisingly, slip in place as Hodge takes up that position. Tavernier to Descartes, clipped away, will get off the mark, out towards mid-wicket. Tavernier will do the fielding towards the edge of the circle. Descartes off the mark. St. Lucia 186 for 3. And it's quite remarkable how things can change in the dressing room. Off the back foot, play there, born on the bounce. Fontaine will pick up, but will not prevent the run because didn't do so cleanly. So short, chopping away. It was in the air and looking to pick it up on the bounce. Was not successful. So the run allowed 68 Ogies, 187 for 3. Tavernier now to Descartes. Descartes drives, beats Tavernier to his right, and will go down to long off. For the run, Joseph not picking up, but it will not cost him. 4 singles in as many balls in the over, 188 for 3. Tavernier will bowl to O'Geese. Short delivery. Pulled away. Hamilton coming across the long on boundary. They'll take 2. As his bounce return comes in. O'Geese to 70. 190 for 3. 1 delivery left in the 28th. Tavernier to O'Geese. O'Geese drives straight to extra cover. And Hodge is there. And there's no run. Tight over from Tavernier completed. 28 gone. St. Lucia going along at 6.8 per over. They are 190 for 3. With the wicket takers being Tyson 2 for 18 and Jed Joseph 1. Tyson's 2 wickets coming in the previous over, breaking the partnership of 132 between Leo and O'Geese. Leo going for 70, and then Eugene not troubling Roland Cox and company, the scorers. Tyson starts another one to Descartes. Descartes lets it go, looks towards the umpire for the wide and gets it. So Tyson continuing the short stuff. It brought him success in the previous over, both in terms of economy and wickets. So he's continuing with that. So wide, 191 for 3. Extras going up to 9. All of them wides. Tyson to Descartes. Descartes is getting one onto the pad. Plays it away to square leg. Hodge is there. And there's no run. I think Benjamin there was edging on Hodge to take the catch. And I think Hodge saying it didn't come from the bat. So no need to put on a dive. That would just leave some of my skin on the floor. So I better preserve that. Dot ball. Tyson to Descartes. Descartes wants a single. Will get it. Despite good work from Pascal. Descartes was quite positive with the run there. In fact, played that almost with the stroke. And O'Geese, well, he had to be on his toes because any hesitation could have been problems there. But the good thing is that he went right away, trusting the judgment of Descartes, who goes to 3, 192 for 3. Tyson to O'Geese. O'Geese turns it nicely into the thigh area, playing it to backward square leg for his 71st run, 193. Now for 3, we are midway in the 29th. St. Lucia with the setback of the loss of Leo and Eugene would want to take a few overs to regroup. Projected total 340. Can they get there? Turned away by Descartes, who was on the walk, coming out of his crease and needing to be very careful. You would have to, as a non-striker, to Descartes, because he's very mobile at the crease. And sometimes the single might not be on and he might be a few paces out of his crease. So communication with him needs to be spot on. Tyson to Descartes, inside edge. Will get the single in the gloves of Benjamin, who breaks the stumps, but I think Ogis had arrived already. So one more to Descartes. He goes to 4, 194 for 3. Earlier, I was talking about the dressing room. When the partnership was going great between Leo and Ogis, the St. Lucia dressing room was very vocal. Short boy, well done, buddy, keep going. Now they've gone flat like a biscuit. Tyson pulled away for 4 by Ogis, getting onto it quite quickly and putting it away into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. To complete the over, the 29th of the innings, Ogis pushing along nicely towards 3 figures. He's 75 and it's 198 for 3. So 7 runs, 8 runs coming from the Tyson over. So he's 2 for 26 from his 6. As we get ready for the 29th, the 30th, I should say. Who are we going to get? It's going to be Tavernier continuing. 6 overs, no maidens, not for 45. He's going to come in. So more spin. In fact, we have had a lot of spin from Dominica. Of course, you expect that. Land of Kentish, Javanatian and company. Outside the off stump, big appeal from Tavernier, Benjamin and Hodge, but nothing doing from umpire Pierre-Louis, shaking the head. Stays at 198 for 3. Tavernier to Descartes. Descartes back, chops it away, doesn't beat Pascal. Diving away at point. No run. Solitary slip in Hodge, backward point. Point, cover, long off. Back goes Descartes, inside edge. She's thinking of 2. Tavernier is onto it, on the edge of the circle. They go for it. And they get it. As Fontaine rushing in from the boundary. Picking it up on the edge of the circle. Not preventing 2. And so the 200 coming up. 200 for 3 St. Lucia. 186 deliveries. 121 minutes. 24s. 9 sixes. Descartes goes back. Punches to the right of Tavernier, who's able to get there to prevent the run. 2 deliveries left in the 30th. Tavernier to Descartes. Descartes goes back, chops it away, but can't beat Pascal, who's quite lively wherever he is, setting the example and keeping Descartes honest. Tavernier, Descartes forward. Back to the bowler to complete the 30th of the innings. St. Lucia exactly 200. 200 for 3. 75 for Geest. 6 to Descartes. And we will now have a change as Ryan O'Brien comes in.
Thank you, Claudius. So we're into the final 20 overs of the innings. So a decent platform being set, but one would anticipate that these two would have to continue setting the pace for the home team to ensure that they capitalize on this platform. But Gillen Tyson has other ideas for the Dominicans. It's Akimogis who's on 75. Waits. outside the off stump and drives it over the infield. The sweeper comes off the extra cover region. We'll pick it up now. And they take 2 rather comfortably. 202 for 3. St. Lucia men. Sent in by Dominica. The consistent Ogies scores of 51, 48, 39 and 77 not out. In this innings, as Tyson moves in again. Ogies is getting one down the leg side, wide to call by the umpire. Umpire George and Pierre Louis standing in this match. Arms stretched out wide. Umpire George signaling the wide, this time from Tyson, who's been rather aggressive in the second spell. This time from the players, or rather the media center end at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Couple of short deliveries, proving the undoing for Noel Leo. This time he's coming forward. Is Ogies opening the face. Ball goes down to the sweeper. They get the single very, very easily. Score moving up to 204 for the loss of 3. St. Lucia. Descartes, who's had a slow start of it. 12 deliveries, just 6 runs to his name. He's into strike. That's Tyson. In brilliant sunshine. Delivery is coming forward, forced into defense. Robinson comes in quickly, preventing any single. Both batsmen just coming down the track, sweeping any loose turf that would have accumulated in the 30 overs bowled so far. Tyson is back to his mark. Figures up 2 for 30. 2 wickets in his previous over. His delivery is outside the off stump. Just coming across is Descartes. Plays it into the offside. Again, no chance of a run, so another dot ball against the line of Descartes. Been kept pretty quiet. Batsman prone to be very explosive. Reflects the good work by the Dominican. This one he gets to peel off the outside edge of Descartes' bat. There's a third man coming across. They get wall and the return comes into Benjamin. 205 for 3. St. Lucia may be looking for a target well in excess of 300. So Dominica posting 315 all out here yesterday. Thursday rather. The previous game, Benjamin 120. This one is short and worked off the body. They're coming for the second. Return comes in, but batsmen make the respective grounds. So Ogies gets another couple. The over coming to an end, 207 for the loss of 3. And Ogies moves into the 80 of 78 deliveries. Has really been a great measured knock by him so far. Understudied Kimani Melius in the initial stages. Melius, the first to go today. Caught by Hodge of the bowling of Joseph for 40. And Leo went afterwards, caught Pascal, a lovely diving catch square in the gully for 70. And Eugene, without scoring, caught by the keeper Benjamin of the bowling of Tyson. It's Tavernier who continues from the southern end. Is standing on the back foot, tall, playing it into the extra cover region. Robinson fields. So another dot ball Against the name of this card, he's looking to turn that one on the onside. Hamilton moves quickly to his right, prevents the run. 207 for 3. So he's consuming a number of dot deliveries on the back foot. This time he finds a gap between the man at point and the extra cover. We'll get a single. Discard. He goes to 8. August on 80. Waits as Tavernier making some slight adjustments to his field. On the offside, this one is pushed again into the gap between Pascal and Robinson. He'll get an easy single. August to 81. Discard. Back into strike. Partnership 25. Played back. The bowler doesn't take it cleanly, but Hamilton is in close attendance and prevents the possibility of the batsman stealing a run. Tavernier in his 8th over, 1 ball left to complete it. It's short. Allows the batsman discard sufficient time to get on the back foot and to play it to the deep extra cover region. Gets another single to take his personal contribution to 9. So at the end of the over, end of over number 32, St. Lucia 210 for 3. Remember this morning Dominica won the toss and decided that they would have bowled first. And to give you a quick rundown. Melius caught Hodge, bowled Joseph for 40. Noel Leo caught Pascal, bowled Tyson for 70. Jonel Eugene caught Benjamin, bowled Tyson, no score. Descart is on 9 of 20. That's an unusual occurrence. And Ogis is on 81. We're going to have a water break in the middle, and we'll take our break here as well. We'll be back with more action. We're back with the live action
So no, there's no information.
on the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 210 for 3. St. Lucia being sent in. We've already had 32 overs sent down. And we're going to see the left-handed Kavem Hodge continuing the attack for Dominica from the northern end at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. None for 12 from his 3 overs. Open the attack. Shade a new ball with Vincent Lewis. Lewis none for 33 off his 4. Bit expensive. Economy rate of 8.25. Anselm has been expensive as well. 12.50. None for 25 off 2. But it's hard starting a new over. This one is turned into the onside. And no chance of a run. Straight to the wide-ish mid-wicket fielder. Pascal comes in quickly. Prevents the run. Discard. This time finds a gap. In fact, there's no one at mid-on. It goes down to the long-on region. Fontaine picks up cleanly. Returns to Hodge. Goes in once more. He gets a short delivery. Pulls it down to the backward square boundary. Fielder comes across. The batsman have sufficient time to cross for the single. So Ogis inches up to 82. This card gets a short delivery. He's getting on the back foot. The fielder again being employed from the backward square region. They'll get 2 on this occasion. Not coming up the full face of the bat from Descartes. Is struggling to find some fluency. Is Descartes. 12 from 23. But this end will be crucial for the Central team for him to lend some support to Ogis. He has the ability to step it up in the closing stages of this innings. Hodge again down the leg side, looking to work it off the pad. Stifle appeal from Hodge. No signal from the umpire. So probably the appeal, probably in anticipation that probably Hamilton could have gotten a hand to that one at some point. Ogis comes forward in defense. So Hodge stringing a decent over together. St. Lucia moving up slowly to 215 for 3. And this partnership building now on 31 for the 4th wicket. Well, the St. Lucian innings built primarily on 132 run 2nd wicket stand between Noel Leo and Akim Ogis, which ends up being the highest partnership for the 2nd wicket of this competition. The highest being a 5th wicket stand of 201 by Sunil Ambrose and Dylan Douglas in the opening round against Dominica. This one is a delivery that's full to the batsman, gets it past the extra cover. The fielder coming across, diving, dives over the ball, and in the end, they're able to come back to 2. So Descartes profiting from that full toss, moves to 15 and the score to 217 for 3. Tavernier. Once more wrong, the wicket to the left-hander. He's driving hard into the pitch. The bowler fails to stop it cleanly. Hamilton does well to tidy up, but in the process, they get another run. 218 for 3. We've lost the sun momentarily. His delivery is just played again down too long on. On this occasion, Amble the single. So a steady partnership building. 219 for 3. This one is struck powerfully. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. Big hit there. This one well tossed up. And Descartes, as we've been telling you, has the ability to pick up the rate when necessary. On that occasion, Tavernier too close to him and presenting the full face of the bat. Just wide of the long off fielder all the way over the boundary, just in front of the side screen at the southern end of the ground. Discard up to 22. And the score to 225 for 3. Tavernier. Waits, looks around at his field. Coming around the wicket. This card is getting a short delivery and he pulls it. Repeats with a maximum. This time wide of long on. So a short delivery on that occasion. He profited from one that was well pitched up to him. He's just dragging that one down, the bowler, Tavernier, and Descartes, making no mistake. Just opening the arms and using the full power of the shoulder to get that one deep over, long on. He's on the back foot again. Squarish cover. Comes around. Can stop the single. So 17 of the over. And Descartes rushes to 29. And now he has made a dent as far as balls face and runs scored. Now at a run a ball. 232 for 3. St. Lucia. Hodge. The left arm orthodox bowler will continue. This one is down the leg side, fired in. Just Benjamin can't take it. Wide called. 232 for 3. So Descartes striking at 100. On 29. Short down the leg side. Appeal and he's given out. Look, based on how he played, that one have gone down leg, but probably getting inside of his thumb. So Descartes paying the price, just going across that delivery from Hodge, and looked a bit surprised. But in the end, the finger of umpire George going up. So St. Lucia losing their 4th wicket, with Descartes going LBW to Kavem Hodge, and Hodge picking up his 1st wicket, and St. Lucia losing their 4th at 233. So Descartes goes for 29 of 30 after the flurry of runs in the previous over of Tavernier. Dominica sees the back of Descartes. Tariq Edward, who looked pretty good in the previous game here on Thursday when he batted. Very useful knock from him then. He went cotton bowl anthem for 28. The soft dismissal in the end. He's now under pressure to set a target rather than to chase one. Let's see what his approach will be. For the right-hander, Hodges coming around the wicket. This one is right up to Edward. He's off the mark immediately. Plays it confidently into the deep extra cover region. One more to the score. 234 for the loss of 4. 11 extras in over number 35. Hodge over the wicket to the left-handed Ogie, so he's driving powerfully. The mid-on comes off the boundary rather quickly. They decided against risking that second run. Lewis quickly off the boundary. This one played quietly up the pitch. Hodge. Tail must be up. This delivery is played into the offside on this occasion to get the single. As Pascal moving to his right. Unable to make the stop. To 36 for 4. St. Lucia need now to build another partnership. This is a lovely shot. Will go all the way by Ogis. Very confident shot. This one just coming into him from the left-hander and going with the swing. Goes to 90. A lovely shot by Ogis. Is really growing in stature here in this innings, continuing to dominate the attack and pushes St. Lucia to 242 for 4 at the end of over number 35. So that's a very useful strike for the St. Lucians there. They will need to build another partnership. We saw Ogis and Descartes seeming to have been able to get things going again following the fall of quick wickets of Leo and Eugene, but then the Dominican striking back. Tavernier on this occasion is short, and Edward just plays it on the onside. The quick moving Pascal can't stop it, and they get the single. He's been a live wire in the field all day, Pascal. Brilliant catch in the wide gully to dismiss Leo of the bowling of Tyson. Same is short, played down to wide echelon on by Ogis. He's up to 91. No signs of nerves. Still the better part of 14 overs to go. This time is forcing the batsman into defense. Tavernier into his last over. None for 69. Edward is striking that one of the middle of the bat, but the middle fielder comes off the boundary. Only one. 245 for 4. Penultimate delivery of his spell. Tavernier coming round the wicket this time to the left-handed Ogis, who just pushes it to mid-off, straight to the fielder. Can Tavernier close it for dot? Yes, he can. Ogis just pushes it back up the wicket. And over number 36 comes to a close. 245 for 4. So a decent end from Tavernier. Figures of none for 70 of his allocation of 10 overs, going at 7 and over. I think the Dominicans will settle for that, but maybe Tavernier might have wanted something in the wickets column. So far it's just Tyson 2 for 33, 1 to 27 for Hodge, and Jed Joseph 1 for 30. Start of this new over from Hodge, put it into the onside by Tariq Edward. No run, Edward on 4. This delivery is coming forward in defense. Good delivery, well flighted. Edward drawn forward. Bats and pad close together. Hodge, a very short approach. Is coming forward on this occasion, Ogis. Or rather, Edward plays it into the offside. We'll get a single. Ogis is on 91. Comes into strike. So Edward, 5 off 9. Rotating the strike. Not leaving Ogis watching at the non-strikers end. He drives beautifully through the offside, beats cover and extra cover all the way down to the boundary before he's been in complete control and gets even closer to that cherished landmark. He's now up to 95, piercing the offside field. There's no one sweeping on the extra cover boundary, and a very useful one for St. Lucia, the 250 coming up as well, of 231 deliveries. 148 minutes, 21 fours and 12 maximums in this innings. He's coming forward again. Bat and pad close. He's been out there the entire innings. Has grown in confidence. Looks in complete command. And he's turning that one off the pad. Thinking of two. They decide against it. Now they do, as the fielder fumbles, maybe just looking up at the wrong moment and allowing them to come back for the second run. Looks like Kyron Phillip. They know Phillip not on today, but maybe Lewis just lifting up his head, trying to see if the batsmen were coming for the second, and in the end, allowing them to go through for it. And that misfield giving them the extra run. And Ogie's getting even closer, up to 97. But he's off strike now, as the over has been completed. And it's going to be... Yes, we have Hansem coming back from the southern end, as we've had the completion of Tavernier's quota. Tariq Edward taking strike. He's getting his guard from the umpire. Anselm, none for 25. Expensive in his previous 2 overs. Short on this occasion. Batsman drawn forward in defense. Ball just going off the square. Or just off the strip rather. Ansem, a tall man. Right arm over the wicket. And again is short, and Edward gets on the back foot. Plays it back up the track for the bowler himself to field. A good start from him so far in his third over. Relatively long break between spells. His beautiful catch is getting up the back foot. Looking to play it into the onside. Kavem Hodge just diving to his right and pulling off a brilliant catch. And St. Lucia losing yet another wicket, the 5th wicket going down. Brilliant diving catch by Kavem Hodge. Ever so nonchalantly makes it look like a walk in the park. And Tariq Edwards has to go. So success for Courtney Ansem and Dominica, being battered in his first 2 overs and picking up a wicket, coming back, and just off his 3rd delivery, sees the back of Tariq Edward. What a catch. So Eli Box will have to come in and see if they can stop the rut. Brilliant catch by Hodge, just sticking out the right hand there. See it again. Diving smartly to his right. Joy in the Dominican camp. 252 for 5, said Lucia. So the Dominicans staying in the contest. Picking up wickets. So they're pretty confident that they can manage whatever total. The St. Lucian said, having got 315, the previous encounter here on Thursday. Ansem. This one is short and pulled into the Johnson Charles stand. You can just see the ball landing on one of the seats. So Eli Box coming in and showing that he's been watching from the pavilion, and as if he was actually having a knock inside there as well. Didn't need any sighters. And this one was short. Jumped all over it. And Ansem paid the price for that short pitch delivery. And a big maximum there to Eli Box. Ogie's 197 watches one from the non-strikers end. Eli Box is beaten, coming forward. It beats the keeper as well and will go through to the rope. Yes, now being signaled by the umpire. 4 byes. Pascal running, but just in vain to chase it down to the boundary. Most definitely Fontaine accompanying him on that chase, but no chance of retrieving that. It was a quick delivery. He'll be beaten for pace there, was Eli Box. Anson probably looking to fire that one in. Beat the bat, beat the keeper, and beat 2 men chasing to the boundary. This time he's on the back foot, just working it off the body. But get a single on this occasion as Hamilton comes in and as if scooping it with both hands. Gets it back to the bowler. But over number 38 comes to an end. 263 for 5. So Eli Box comes out with a positive intention. 7 of 3 deliveries, including that big maximum during that over there from Anselm. So it's whether O'Geese can get to 3 figures in this over, but it's going to be Eli Box who will be taking guard to face the bowling of Hodge. Pull up that brilliant catch in the over just completed. His figures 1 for 34. Having picked up the wicket of Shadrach Descartes. Leg before wicket. This one is an attempted pull down to backward square. Picking up the boundary. Umpire signaling now. Just genuflecting slightly and helped it on his way there was Eli Box. So he's come out very busy indeed. Going up to 11 of 4 delivery. 1614. Hodge over the wicket. And this one is over the boundary. Yes, it's clearing him. Sufficient bat onto it. Sufficient contact. The long on fielder was a mere spectator. The outstretched hand of umpire George signaling. So Eli Box looking to step up the tempo, striking at 340, pushing St. Lucia to 273 now for the loss of 5. This time he just works it off the pad. They go through for a single. Even a quick move in Pascal can prevent it. So Akim O'Geese, who's on 97 from 90 deliveries, comes into strike. One toss up by Hodge. He's driving it down to the mid-on region. Fontaine comes off the boundary. Picks it up, just one. Hodge in his 7th over. And back to his mark. Batsman coming forward, driving. They've taken one. Thinking of a second coming through quickly. Fred, the return comes in to the right of the keeper. Benjamin having to move to his right. Collects it cleanly, but Eli Box has gone up to 20. And in quick time of 7 deliveries. 285.71 his strike rate. The highest for the innings so far. Hodge with one more delivery left in this over. He's short, worked up the pad. Pascal again swooping. Comes in. Prevents any run. So over number 39 is completed. So some acceleration there for the St. Lucians. As Hodge 1 for 48 from his 7 overs. Just one bowler completing the quota so far. Tavernier. None for 70. Don't know if we're going to see Tyson coming back anytime soon. Still 11 overs remaining in this game. And would anticipate that he will be back for a 3rd spell. But in the meantime, it's going to be Anselm. Been a bit expensive. 1 for 32, going at 10.67. This time, Ogie's coming forward. Not looking to risk anything. Just 2 away from a well-deserved 100 here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Anselm again is short and he pulls it around. We'll get it on this occasion. I'm sure he'll come for the second. He will actually cross the rope now. 4 runs. Very good knock. Well calculated. Joachim Ogie's. Lovely shot. Just taking his time. Confident throughout this innings. Well-deserved 100. Applause from the enclosure of the St. Lucia team. He's gone to 102. So his 100 of 93 balls in 159 minutes, 11 fours and 3 sixes. Looked in complete command. Really paced his innings well. Ansem continues and is looking to play a very injudicious stroke, looking to swing that one to leg, missing outside the off stump, and Benjamin takes it standing up. Anselm. This time he's looking to swing that one. The appeal coming up. We just hitting just outside the line of the leg stump, so looking to be a bit ambitious the last couple of deliveries. His Ogies will probably need to settle down. There's still 10 overs after this one remaining. He's driving powerfully down to the long off region. The fielder coming across. Can't stop it. Too powerfully struck in a sweet spot. So the boundary there to bring up 285 for 5. St. Lucia. So getting some contact on this occasion, beating the fielder at long off. One delivery left in the 40th. Initial approach, halted by Anselm. Ogies go straight on this occasion and all the way 6 to complete the innings. So some acceleration shown by the St. Lucian pair right now. 291 for 5. We'd had 40 overs completed. And to bring it through the end of the innings will be Claudius Emmanuel.
Thank you, Ryan. So 291 for 5. This is a good platform by the home team. How much can they add? How much can they finish after 50 overs? So 10 overs to go. Hodge to Eli Box, who slaps it down to long on. Fontaine comes off the boundary. Eli Box going to 21, 292 for 5. The partnership is worth 40. Hodge to Ogies. Ogies reverse sweep. Finds the gap. Out towards the boundary. And we'll go for 4 away from Hamilton. So Ogies unfurling the reverse sweep for the first time. And hitting it successfully. So 296 for 5. This has been a very good innings from the young man. Started slowly. At one point he was 1 from 13. Now 116 from 98. Hodge to him down the track and clipping it away nicely. But straight to Pascal at mid-wicket. No run. This has been a chanceless knock from young Akim Ogies. And he's now looking to be positive. Hodge to him, backs away and slaps it down to long off. Tyson is there. No run. So Ogies, 1 to him. 100 ball face, 117. See. This time Eli Box is going back and guiding it down to Hamilton at backward point. And there's 1. So Ogies will come in to strike. Delivery that's very wide of off stump, called wide by the umpire. So 1 more to the total. 299 for 5. Hodge to Ogies. Ogies stands up straight and punches it down to Fontaine at the wide long on position. and walking the single that brings up 300 for St. Lucia. So end of the 41st, St. Lucia 300 for 5, scoring at 7.3. 300 coming in 258 deliveries, 164 minutes, 25 fours and 15 sixes. So Akim Ogis 4 sixes, and we'll get the number of fours for you. 118 he is from 101. Is that correct? 1 boundary to Akim Ogis? And 4 sixes. Well, that's a strange statistic. 118. So over number 42, Jed Joseph to Ogis. Ogis hits that way long and big out towards the Johnson Charles stand, halfway up the stand. 6. What a meaty blow. Pitched up from outside the off stump and lofting that high and handsome. And away to the stand with the breeze. Another maximum from Ogis, his 6th maximum. $306 for 5 it is. So Ogis going to 124. Umpire PLV just inspecting the ball, ensuring that it's in a good condition to continue. It is. Joseph to Ogis, who helicopters that down towards mid-wicket 4. Oh, it was full, and it was a helicopter that didn't go airborne. It went flat along the ground, and well, 4 to Ogis, taking him to 128. Nice flurry with the bat. He goes to 128. St. Lucia to 310 for 5. Joseph to Ogis. Ogis hoiks that away out to the fielder. Over his head, 6. The tallest figure among the Dominicans. Ansem jumping, but not able to get hold of it. Don't think he touched it at all. And well, Ogis has gone to 134. He has gone 6-4-6 to greet Jed Joseph in the new spell. And Ogis has pushed himself to the highest individual score in the competition, eclipsing the 124 scored by Sunil Ambris for SVG versus Dominica. So Dominica on the receiving end of 2 big individual innings. And Ogis, well, he can go a lot further. He's 134 not out. This is over number 42. And Akim Ogis can fill his boots in today. Joseph to Ogis. Ogis hits that. Miscues will not go to the boundary. Lewis will pick it up. Sweeping away at extra cover. They take 2. Possibility there of a 3rd. But I think both Ogis and Eli Bucks had settled for the 2. 318 for 5. Ogis is 136. Joseph to him. He drives square. Straight to Lewis at extra cover. Enough time for the batters to humble the single. 137 to Akim Ogis from 106. So he has pushed that rate of scoring now to almost 130. One delivery left in the 42nd. This is a big over for St. Lucia. Eli Box gets a pace off one outside off stump, plays and misses. Doesn't get the wide. End of the over. 42 completed. St. Lucia's rate of scoring 7.6. 319 for 5. There's been an acceleration in the last few overs. This has been a productive one. How many has come from this one? 19. The previous one 14. No, the previous one 9. And the 3 previous ones 11, 14, 14. So we have had in the last 5 11, 14, 14, 9 and 19. Clear acceleration there by St. Lucia, coinciding with Akim Ogis getting to 100 and pushing thereafter. 137 is 8 overs left in the innings. This has the makings of 400 if St. Lucia can really capitalize on what are good batting conditions, bright sunshine. Hodge with his 9th over. Reverse sweep for 4. Into the third man area. And running away quickly, effectively. So Ogis 141 now. So the total goes to 323. Hodge, long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep backward square and mid wicket. Comes into Ogis. Ogis reverse sweeps, gets it to extra cover. And we'll get the single. To be fair to Ogis, looking to now be fancy with the reverse sweep, taking his time, waiting for him to get to the 100 first. Hodge to Eli Box, goes back and slaps it away to Fontaine at wide long on. And they take one. Eli Box to 23. 325 for 5. Hodge midway in his 9th over. Coming into Ogis, who hits that long for 6 over mid wicket. In the slot and lofting that away. Normally you would say against the breeze, but there's no breeze today, hardly any breeze. And so that went flying over the eastern side of the ground, well over the perimeter wall inside the stadium. That's of the playing area. So 6 to Ogis, taking him to 148. St. Lucia rattling along. 331 for 5. This is the 43rd over. Ball coming back. Umpire George satisfied that it's in good condition to continue with it. Hodge to Ogis. Ogis slaps it down to long on. One that is angled into him. Walking the single, not for the first time. 149 he is. St. Lucia 332 for 5. Hodge 1 for 70 in his 9th over. The last delivery to Eli Box. Ooh, inside edge, looking to slap it away. Will get the single as the over comes to an end. Eli Box not happy with the result, but will accept the run. 149 Ogis. Eli Box 24. St. Lucia 333 for 5. Projected score 385. So Hodge completing his 9th. A bit expensive. 1 for 71. We have had Tavernier completing his 10 for 70. So with 7 overs left, Pascal still has 6 bowlers that he have already used that he can call on. It would be Jed Joseph to come up for his 7th. He's got one for 49. He'll be bowling to Eli Box. It's 24 from 13. And we'll be looking to push things along. Joseph to Eli Box, who is swinging that away. The appeal going up, but umpire Pierre-Louis not responding. But he will signal leg by as ball is picked up by Fontaine at third man. 334 for 5. We spoke about possibility of 400. Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines got 400 at the Mendocilla Park against Dominica. So Joseph will now bowl to Ogis, who hits that long on 6. What a way to bring up 150. 155 now to Akim Ogis, who raises the bat, accepting the applause from the small but appreciative crowd. Well, hardly a crowd. The patrons that are here to witness it. It's been an innings of sheer quality from the young man. Another maximum. He's 8th. And hitting the ball sweetly. Almost everything has come from the sweetbread. 155 he is. 340 for 5. Well, that strike has occasioned a ball change because the umpires are gathered to examine the box of balls. Let's look at the figures of Akim Ogist. 111 balls, 15 fours, 8 sixes. He's also faced 47 dot balls. And it's remarkable how he has blossomed as the innings has progressed. He struggled at the beginning, a number of dot balls. At one stage, he was 1 from 13, but he has turned that around, striking at almost 140. He can get to 200 the way that he's going there. 340 for 5. Not forgetting that Akim Ogis got a 100. Was it against Dominica? In the bilateral, in the under-23. It was against Dominica. It was at the Mendocilla Park. But he has a liking to the Dominican bowling. He's gone again for 6 again. Oh, that one has gone into the Johnson Charles stand. And my word, Akim Ogis has gone almost berserk here. Has gone bang bang against Jed Joseph. And has rushed to 161. This one going towards wide long on. And successive 6s for Ogist. 161 he is. Joseph under pressure. And not surprising, losing his run as he comes in. He's coming again to Ogist. Gets one that is wide of off stump. Pushes it down to long off. Comes off the boundary. And Ogist going to 162. 345 for 5. Joseph, who picked up the wicket of Melius with his very first delivery, is under pressure as he comes into Eli Box. Swing and a miss to one outside off stump. Eli Box head just going towards the Johnson Charles stand and missing that. All manner of advice being shouted at him from the dressing room. 347 for 5. One delivery left in the 44th. Joseph coming into Eli Box. Liebach swings it away. Mid-wicket, possibility of a catch. All through the hands of Ansem, and 6. Oh, should have taken that. Wasn't that difficult. Probably mistimed the jump. It wasn't that difficult, but has burst through the hands of Ansem. And to add insult to injury, it's gone for 6. End of the over. 350 coming up for St. Lucia. 350 for 5. A Liebach going to 30. And, well, partnership now of 100, in fact, coming up between these two. 101. A bad miss there by Ansel in the partnership. 30, of course, the contribution from a Liebach. I think 65 coming from the bat of Auguste. 162 he is from 113 deliveries. So we have 6 overs to go. This last over, quite an expensive one. 19 coming from it. 20 with the leg by. Lewis being recalled. 4 overs, no maidens, not for 33. And, well, coach of St. Lucia shouting to the men, keep batting, keep batting. 350, obviously not enough. I think they have their sights on 400. Plus, Auguste, he can get to 200 at the rate that he's scoring. Lewis to Auguste, backing away and hitting powerfully straight to Ansem. Was picked up. Yeah, looked a little tentative as he went for that. Maybe still remembering the catch put down at the end of the last over. A dot ball played by Auguste. 353 for 5. Lewis to Auguste. Auguste gets one down the leg side, plays it, it misses. And they'll get the run. Did the umpire call wide? I think he did. Yes. Confirming the wide call. So 2 to the total with the run. 355 for 5. Eli Box will come in to strike. Striking at 187. Lewis down the leg side. No signal on this occasion. So clipping the pad maybe. As Benjamin taking down the leg side. So St. Lucia scoring at 8. And the projection is for them to get to exactly 400. Lewis to Eli Box. Eli Box hit that high. Fielder is coming towards it. Well, it will fall in the mid-wicket region and they will come back for 2. But the 2 fielders there rather slow in going for that. That's Robinson at mid-wicket, and is that Fontaine coming from backward square leg. They were both watching each other, and in fact it was, yes, Robinson at backward square leg and Fontaine at mid-wicket. Lewis was a very wide delivery down the leg side. Maybe attempt to go pace off, losing control of it completely. And wide call. Second wide of the over. 358 for 5. We are midway in the 45th. As Lewis will come in again to Eli Box, who gets a Yorker and digs it out, playing it back to the bowler. So field change, swap of positions between Tyson and Ansem. Long off an extra cover. Lewis again to Eli Box, who gets an inside edge as he's looking to go down the ground. Ball ending up at square leg. One more to him. 33. Eli Box was miscued on a number of occasions of late. Looking to go maybe a little with too much power. Getting a single. 3:59 for 5. One delivery left in the 45th. Akim Ogist in strike. As Lewis bowls to him, tugs it away, and will get a single to Hodge, who's coming from the long off boundary. So end of the over. 360 for 5 St. Lucia. Akim Ogist 163, Eli Box 33. Let's bring you up to date with the St. Lucia scorecard. Melius caught Hodge, bowled Joseph 40. Leo caught Pascal, bowled Tyson 70. John L. Eugene bowled caught, that should be Benjamin bowled Tyson not. Shadrach Descat, LBW Hodge 29. Tariq Edward caught Hodge brilliantly off the bowling of Ansem for 5. And so the 5 wickets down for St. Lucia. The wicket takers, Tyson 2 for 33, 1 for 71 Hodge, 1 for 68 Joseph, 1 for 46 Ansem. Tyson being brought back for his 8th over. He has bowled 7 already. So an opportunity there for Pascal to see if he can stem the flow of runs. And my word, they have flowed quite effusively over the last 6 or 7 overs or so. St. Lucia pushing towards a big total here. Tyson being recalled. He's going to bowl to Ogist, who hits it away out to the cover fielder on the boundary and will take one. Tyson going full and wide and maybe pace off as well. Looking to outfox Ogist. Bit of discussion between himself and Tyson, saying, what happened there? Why didn't you go big? Well, I think Ogist noted that there was some danger in the delivery. Tyson now to Eli Box, who swings it. That's gone high. Possibility of a catch. Fielder coming from long on and taking it nicely. Pascal judged it well. Running quickly and had it well covered. A miscue from Eli Box, going high in the air. Having height but not distance. And dropping into the safe hands of Stefan Pascal. So the end of Eli Box. Caught Stefan Pascal, bowled Tyson 33. And St. Lucia losing the 6th. 361. So good effort by Eli Box, as he was part of a partnership that raised over 100 for St. Lucia. In fact, it raised 119. Did it, Coxie? Just a partnership for the 6th wicket, as Keon Gaston comes in. 109. 109 between Ogist and Eli Box from 50 balls. As Gaston comes out, St. Lucia on course to put a big total on the board there to challenge the Dominicans. Dominica themselves got to 315 against St. Lucia on Thursday, and won the game. St. Lucia returning the compliment, at least in the first half of the innings so far. 361 for 6. This is the 46th over, so 4 after this. Can be a score close to 400, because Gaston has the ability to clear the boundary. He's got a license to do so, you'd think. With Akeem Ogis on 164, and this is the 46 over. Tyson into him. He's driving nicely. Out to long off. Pascal has positioned himself there. He knows this is the high traffic area for the balance of the innings. Gaston getting off the mark. 362 for 6. So Pascal at long off. He's also got long on. Deep extra cover, deep point, deep mid wicket. Deep third. Well, who's not quite on the ropes. Now being brought into the circle. You could only have 5 on the circle, so 4 in the ring. Short third, point, backward, square leg and square leg. Tyson to Ogis. Ogis hits that long. That's 6. That's gone close to the boundary. I think it has enough to go. Yes, it does. I think Lewis was interested, but with the little breeze that was there, that went sailing over the boundary at mid-wicket. Another maximum to Akeem Ogis, taking him to 170. 6 number 10 for him. I think that's 6 number 10 for Ogis. 368 for 6. Tyson to Ogis. Ogis hits that down to long off the fielder. His position over his head. 6. Oh, a close thing there for Ogis. Probably heart in his mouth for a millisecond there. But it had just enough on it to clear long off and bring up successive maximums for Ogis. His 11th maximum. 374 for 6. He's on 176. Tyson again to Ogis. Ogis across his stumps and plays and misses. At the end of the over, a productive one for St. Lucia. 14 coming and 46 completed. 374 for 6. The run rate 8.1. So Akeem Ogis, my word, he has peppered the boundaries here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 15 fours, 11 sixes, and that is striking of the highest order. And as we said, having a liking to the Dominica attack. Earlier this year, I think it was in March, in the bilateral competition. Oh, it was last year. Yes, it was in 2024, under 23 bilateral between Dominica and St. Lucia at the Mender Phillip Park. Akeem Ogis brought up a 100. Lewis to Gaston. Gaston slashes it down to third man. Backward point, in fact. Fielder is positioned, so it's just a single to the right-hander. 375 for 6. Ogis coming in to strike. Lewis to Ogis, who backs away and hits down the ground. Long off his position, so just a single. And Sam. .177 Ogis, 376 for 6. Gaston in strike. Lewis to him. Gaston hits that. That's gone straight up in the air. Catch for Benjamin, who's calling for it and takes it. Good judgment. Benjamin saw that going high in the air and, of course, would have called for it and stayed with it as it swirled And in the end, keeping his composure. End of Gaston. Caught Benjamin. Ball Lewis 2. St. Lucia losing their 7th as Gaston goes. McKenny Clark, the new batter. So, the new batter, Shonil, McKenny Clark. McKenny Clark, the new batter. Lewis to Clark. Clark plays nicely down to third man. They have taken one. They think of the second. The return comes in, but Clark makes it. So 2 to him. Off the mark. 378 for 7. So St. Lucia 22 away from getting to 400. Akimogis 23 away from a double 100. This is the 47th. So there's time enough for both landmarks. As Lewis to McKenny hits that high and long. That's cleared the boundary at long on quite comfortably. 6 to McKenny Clark. And setting himself nicely. He set up way outside the off stump. So looking to access the onside if possible. But it was on the stumps. And he chose to go straight. And it was hit with certainty. And hit quite cleanly down the ground for 6. Is quickly to 8. 384 for 7. 1 delivery left in the over. Clark is going over mid-wicket. 6! Gone in that general area that we saw him smash the biggest one in the tournament that came on Thursday. This time just clearing the perimeter wall alongside the Johnson Charles stand to finish the over with successive maximums. He's gone to 14. It's 390 for 7. 3 overs left. St. Lucia filling the boots here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. To face at the start of the 48th, Akeem Ogis on 177. So Tyson, well, picked up the wicket of the live box. And Lewis picking up Gaston. So Tyson has picked up 3. 3 overs to go. He'll be looking for more as he's coming into Ogis. Full toss, hit away, out towards 6. Over the long on fielder to his left. And Akeem Ogis, not sure what he had for breakfast, but whatever it was, it is doing him a world of good. It's gone to 183. 396 for 5. Tyson moving into Ogis. Ogis chops it away, but will get a single. As well, there can be more. Yes, they'll come back for the second as they return from, I think that's Lewis at backward point or at short third. eluding the stumps and having to be backed up by Pascal from long on. 2 to Ogis, taking him to 185. St. Lucia 398 for 7. This is the 48th over. Tyson to Ogis. Ogis hits that 6 over square leg into the Johnson Charles stand at the base of it. And maximums galore from the bat of Akim Ogis, who goes now to 191. And 400 coming up for St. Lucia. 404 for 7. Midway in the 48th. 400 coming in 299 deliveries, 199 minutes, 27 fours. And make it what, 20 something sixes, Coxie? Let's have the number of sixes. Ogis hits that again for 6. Short one. And he was in midair whilst he played that. And that went sailing over the air, sailing into the air. Well, really flying into the air, over square leg. Into the Johnson Charles stand again. And Akim Ogis, he's gone to 197. 3 6s in the over. In fact, 26 has come from 4 deliveries. The over has been 6-2-6-6. Akim Ogis with his 14th maximum to go along with 15 fours. 197. This is incredible hitting of a cricket ball. Tyson to Ogis gets a wide delivery. Wide call by the umpire. And, well, his teammates are loving it as the total goes to 411. Tyson, well, he has been under fire from Ogis, so not surprising that he's looking to go wide. Ogis 3 away from a double 100. Gillan Tyson to Ogis. Ogis gets another wide one. Another wide call. So full and wide. Not working for Tyson. Well, working in a way. He's not been hit for 6. But being penalized by his compatriot umpire Pierre Louis. 412 for 7. Tyson under the pump. Comes into Ogis. Ogis gets a good one. Drives it too long off. Thought about the single. They'll go quickly for the second. They'll get it. As it was traveling quite slowly. And so, in fact, long off didn't even get to it. It was the man from inside the circle, Robinson, who picked it up. The ball almost coming to a halt. 199 Akim Ogis. St. Lucia 414 for 7. 24 has come off the over already. Tyson to Ogis on 199. Ogis drives. Will get the double 100 as it goes to deep extra cover and will humble the single to get to 200 and bringing up the landmark with a fair amount of ease, just epitomizing the way that he has dominated the Dominica bowling in this innings. 200 Akim Ogis, 126 balls, 15 fours, 14 sixes, striking at 158.73. What a knock. Take a bow, Akim Ogis. This is a knock of the highest order. He has not been troubled. Don't think he has given a chance. And almost everything has come from the sweet bread. And it's been a very, very sweet bread indeed. 200 is 415 for 7. New over started as he's looking to be cute here, looking to scoop that away. And not making contact. So this is the start of the 49th. Lewis in his 7th. He's 1 for 56. And he's bowling to a man who's got a tremendous appetite for runs. As we told you, a 100 last year against Dominica in a 2-day game. Or was it a 3-day game? Now 200 in a 50-over encounter. Slap down to long on. A couple of bounces to the fielder. And one taken. So 201 August. St. Lucia 416 for 7. McKenny Clark looking to enjoy himself. Looking to go big. Looking for maximums. Looking to clear the boundary. Lewis, the left-hander, to Clark. Clark slices it down to third man. Fielder is there. We'll look for the second, but Ogie says no. So they settle for 1. 417. McKenny Clark still wants to come back. But Akim says no. I'm going to face. I'm on 201, bro. I'm going to face. Midway in the 19th over. Lewis to Ogis. Ogis scooping away for 4. Over the head of the keeper, over the vacant slip cordon, and then down to the boundary for 4. 421 for 7. 205 to August. And boundary number 16 for him. He's also faced 50 dot balls, but his strike rate almost 159. Lewis to Ogis. Yorker dugout will get the single. Possibly 2. No, they stay at 1. So good response. Good ball from Lewis, firing in the Yorker, but Auguste, who must be seeing it like a football, digging it out. 206 is final ball of the 49th. Lewis to Clark. Full toss, it high in the air. Robinson going back will take it, yes. On the edge of the circle. So the end of Clark, enjoying himself in the brief little innings. Getting 15. Caught Robinson, bowled Lewis, who's picked up his second. And at the end of the 49th, St. Lucia 422 for 8. As McKenna Clark goes for 15. Clark striking 2 sixes in his brief stay at the crease. And a bit of respite for the Dominica team. Still 1 over left in the innings. Of course, Dominica would be thinking, well, St. Lucia, if you guys did it, we can do it as well. 422 for 8. Shonil Edward coming out. Not a lot of deliveries for him to face. In fact, it's going to be Auguste who will be in strike. Final over will be delivered by Tyson. Tyson, 9 overs, 3 for 72. Coming into Auguste. Auguste drives down to backward point fielder, 1 bounce. And it will be just 1. So 207 to Akim Auguste. St. Lucia 423 for 8. This is Windward's Super 50 Championship game. At the Mendefele Park, unfortunately no action. Looks like, well, there could be a T20 possibly in the Mendefele Park game for 3rd place. Well, we have been blessed with brilliant weather and even more brilliant batting from Auguste. Tyson to Sean Hill, looking to swing at it down the leg side, wide call. So one more to the total. 424 for 8. Tyson looking for his 4th wicket, but also wanting to keep things quiet. This could be a big over. The St. Lucians looking to go after everything. Edward looking to cash in. Tyson to Edward. Edward gets a Yorker. Will get the single. Squeezing that away from the inside edge. Tyson would be happy with the result, not conceding a boundary. The St. Lucians, well, every man standing up, enjoying the flurry of runs from the bat of Auguste and company. And they have been in good voice. It's the first half of the game about to come to an end. Tyson to Auguste. Auguste looking to scoop and missing. Outside off stump. Dot ball. 3 left in the innings. It's amazing that in the first half they were very vocal when there was that 132 partnership between Auguste and Leo. Then they lost a few wickets. The dressing room went flat. But with Akim Auguste posting 200 and St. Lucia 400, every man is in good voice. Tyson to Auguste. Auguste drives. A bit of a shock to the right hand. Will bring him a single. And one more to the total. 426 for 8. Auguste goes to 208. Edward would want that to be the last delivery that Auguste faces. So 2 more to come. And the coach saying to Sean Hill, come on, which means to hit 2 maximums, not singles, maximums. Tyson to bowl them right onto the off stump and hitting it. So Edward missing out. The instructions were clear. It was to go for a maximum. He tried, but it was a good delivery from Tyson, right on the money and hitting off stump. So a 4th wicket for Gill and Tyson. Edward bowled by Tyson for 1. 426 for 9. Don and Edward coming out for the final delivery of the innings. And no doubt he will be looking to hit a maximum as well. Gill and Tyson would be looking for 5 wickets. 426 for 9 it is. So 4 for 76 Tyson. And he would be looking to land that on the money. So the excitement going right through the innings. But it has been an innings dominated by the left-handed opener, Akim Auguste. 208 from 133 deliveries. 16 fours, 14 sixes. Final delivery of the innings. Tyson to Edward. Edward gets a Yorker, digs it out, and will get a single to get himself off the mark. And so he can say, well, I contributed as well. End of the innings. St. Lucia sent in by Dominica after they won the toss. 427 for 9, with Akim Auguste remaining unbeaten. So carrying his bat through the innings. My word, 208 not out. 133 balls, 16 fours, 14 sixes. A comprehensively dominant innings indeed. And big smiles, handshakes from the Dominicans, really appreciating what has been a top-class innings, unbeaten, as he walks off. A champion knock from the young man. 208 not out. St. Lucia getting 429. And really a good effort from them. Let's bring you the highlights quickly. So Melius 40, Noel Leo 70, 29 Descartes, 33 Eli Box, 15 Clark, but the man of the moment, getting the plaudits from his teammates, 208 not out, 133 balls, 16 fours, 14 sixes, a strike rate of 156.39. The bowling for the Dominicans, Tyson finishing with 4 for 77, Lewis 2 for 63, and Anselm 1 for 46. Also picking up a wicket was Jed Joseph, 1 for 68. And all in all, a very dominant knock by the St. Lucians, who went at 8.5 per over. And so the Dominicans needing to get to 428 if they are to be crowned champions of Windward Super 50 for 2025. So that's where we take a break between innings. And so we ask you to join us in about half hour's time for the reply of the Dominicans. Their target, 428. So join us for the reply of Dominica men's team.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we're about to see the second half of this game in the 2025 Windward Island Super 50 Championship. We're into the final between St. Lucia and Dominica. Dominica winning the toss and deciding to bowl, but I don't know if they're saying they're regretting it, but St. Lucia piled up 427 for 9 of their allotment, with Akim Ogis hitting an unbeaten 208, 16 fours and 14 sixes. And that has taken his tally in the competition to 346 in total, and has definitely opened a huge gap amongst the batsmen. But you're going to see the start of the Dominican reply. Pascal taking first strike. To Shawnee Ledwood is on his full and starts off with a maximum. Will it go away? Yes, it does. Full toss about hip and a no ball as well. He hasn't called it yet. We were just speculating. It was pretty high, but Robinson took full advantage of it. So not a good start by Edward. The left-hander tossing up a nice full delivery. And Jelani Robinson helping that well over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Now we see Melius now employing a deep backward square. And the man at mid-wicket patrolling the rope. So there are 2 men outside the circle. As Edward is a much better length. It's played off the pad. All right, with Pascal, that full toss, taking the first strike. So Pascal on 7. So the main think tank of the Dominicans in leadership, captain and vice captain out in the middle. It's Edward in with his third delivery. This one is driven. Lovely shot, finds the gap. The man at mid-off has a chase, but the ball will win it. Over the rope now. 4 runs. A lovely drive on that occasion by Robinson. Just getting to the pitch of that one. Too much space on the outside. Too close to the batsman, and the ball just trickling over the rope. Lovely shot by Robinson. Not looking to overhit it. Just getting close enough to the pitch, and the full flow of the bat. Picking up a boundary to get off the mark. So Dominica racing to 11 without loss, striking at 22. Good delivery from Edward. This one on or about a good length. It's about the leg stump line. And Robinson having to get in line, get some bat on that one. Be just some seam across the batsman. They've got a total ahead of them that certainly they'll be confident they can reach, getting 315 when these two teams met on Thursday. In 49.3 overs. This time he's looking to drive, but gets it off the inner portion of the bat. They've already gone for one, taking up the second. Fielder coming in, preventing the possibility. So settling for 1. Pascal comes back into strike. Robinson moves to 5. 12 without loss. Shawnee Edward. The left-hand pacer, straight approach. Passes umpire John. This one is looking to Pascal, trying to whip that one off the pad, doesn't make contact. Wide call by the umpire. So mixed bag from Edward. Had a much better start in the previous game between these two teams on Thursday. A bit erratic, starting with a full toss. That was helped for 6 over mid-wicket. Another full delivery. This time it will get into the boundary. The fielder coming across the wide long on position. Couldn't stop it. A diving effort. Another full delivery from Edward, paying the price. And definitely Pascal jumping into that one and getting another boundary for the Dominicans. So after 1 over, a decent start, 17 without loss, and trailing by 410. So a very encouraging start for the Dominicans. "17 of the first over. With 427 on the board, St. Lucia can start a bit aggressively. So they're going to start with Keon Gaston from the southern end. Melius himself at first slip, so they're going to start with 2 slips. The third man square on the offside. Eugene just patrolling the restrictive circle at point. And there's a long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off. This one is a drive off the outer edge. It peels off down to third man. We get 1. So still feeling some bat on ball. Dominica be looking for every possibility to score. Pascal. On 11, comes into strike. Robinson goes to 6 with that single. Pascal on strike once more. He's charging the batsman. Lovely shot, attacking him, getting closer to the pitch. It goes all the way. 6 runs. Advancing along the track. Daring Gaston, who probably didn't counteract by pulling back his length. And a lovely shot by Pascal, and the Dominicans giving every indication that they're looking to get this target set. The championship title is at stake, so it's a do or die situation. And for the moment, Pascal is doing wide outside the off stump and call wide as well. By Pierre-Louis with the outstretched arms. Wide. So Gaston wicket is way back to his mark, already indicating there's some beads of sweat, but he's only sent down 2 legitimate deliveries. 1 a 6 and a wide. This one down the leg side, just under the armpit, called wide as well. Pascal just moving inside of his wicket. So both bowlers taking some time to settle into a proper rhythm. When its 2 teams met on Thursday, St. Lucia served up 48 extras. They've already given 3, and we haven't had 2 overs completed. There's 8 legitimate deliveries, 26 without loss. Encouraging start by Dominica. Loose shot outside the off stump on that occasion by Pascal. Looking to hit through the offside. Ball staying a bit low. Driving over that one, looking to hit on the up. Quick chat with Robinson. Now we see Melius dispensing of the second step fielder, who now goes to an orthodox old-fashioned cover position. Gaston once more. He's driving straight to that fielder. So Kimani Melius sensing that the offside needed to be. Would have needed some more protection. That one was well cut off. Gaston once more. Again, Pascal charges. Doesn't make contact on this occasion. Too wide outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper, Leo. The intention of the Dominican opening pair, very clear. Gaston. From the second, it's only short. Nice short arm pull by the batsman. They have sufficient time for two. So if you're having to come off the long leg boundary, they get it very easily in the end. So the over finally coming to an end. And at the end of 2 overs, Dominica 28 without loss. Still 399 runs behind. St. Lucia having some cushion. But the two bowlers a bit expensive. Gaston less so. 11 off his first, and it's Sean Edward who conceded 17 off his first over, who will be continuing. St. Lucia still with some breathing space. Pascal and Robinson have started rather busily. Slightly overcast conditions here at the moment. Edward, this one is well pitched up, well driven too. Straight to the fielder. Can get a run. John L. Eugene. Well pitched up on that occasion. Previous over was too full. It's pulling the length back slightly. Powerful drive. But finding the fielder. The score remains on 28 without loss. We're in over number 3 of the Dominican reply. Edward, round the wicket. And this one just plays into the offside. Think of a quick single. Pascal is well out of the scene, an attempt for a direct hit. Ball backed up by Melius. The onside. Pascal was keen on it. Robinson was slightly off balance, sent him back. Luckily for the pair, Pascal, very agile on his feet, was able to pull up the handbrake and get back into his crease. Edward is short. This one to the right of the field at the orthodox mid-wicket position. Just beat him to his right. Chico not able to get to that one. The St. Lucian players feeling that at some point Chico probably could have made a better effort, but it was a way to his right. Maybe some the spin of the delivery as well, beating him to his right. And a very welcome boundary there for the Dominicans. They rate 12.80. So a very good start by them. They've still got all 10 wickets intact. But 428 is a tall order. This one is off the pad. Again, Edward slightly down. Not straight enough. The umpire didn't signal, but to me it obviously was off the pad. There was no signal. He didn't signal, so it will go towards the batsman. So Robinson would, I'm sure, accept that. Nonetheless, the total moves up to 33 without loss. Pascal has a good look around the field. There's a long on the deep backward square, the onside, outside the circle. That one square, no chance of a run. Getting off the bottom portion of the bat. So Pascal seemingly looking to force it just a bit. Melius with a quick word to his bowler, Edward. The left-hander coming around the wicket. Pascal getting the delivery and he again advances to this time. Doesn't make contact. Again, a loose-looking shot. Good comeback on this occasion from Edward. Keeper takes it. So a much better effort this over from Edward. Still 22 runs off his 2. An economy of 11 and over. Dominica still striking at a decent rate. Leo getting some assistance with his laces. Gaston will continue from the southern end. Gaston starting a new over. Over number 4. This one is taking him on the pad. The appeal, sole appeal by the bowler. Big stifle behind the stumps. Didn't really seem interested. Just gotten word there might be a start at the Mindu Phillip Park. Yes, between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada for 3rd place. So still some interest there. Rain delaying the start of that playoff match for 3rd and 4th positions in the competition. We'll monitor and give you updates when available, when appropriate. This one outside the off stump. On this occasion, Robinson just allows it to go through to the keeper, Leo. So Gaston now finding a better line. Just maybe 2 stumps outside off. Robinson not having to play. After the initial flurry, deciding that they will try to play each delivery on merit. As Gaston moves in again. And Robinson this time slashing wide to one outside the off stump. As if to deny my own analysis of the situation. Playing a loose shot outside the off stump. Wide call by the umpire was very wide. And Robinson offering a shot, maybe entice into the shot with the length of the delivery and the amount of room that he had. But it was way too much. And it was taken by Leo behind the stumps. 34 without loss. Dominica. Into over number 4. Keon Gaston. Delivery again outside the off stump. Not called wide. But Robinson, this occasion, not offering a shot and allowing it to go through to the keeper. Couldn't really get sufficiently close to the pitch to offer an expansive drive. It's a mid-off extra cover, man at point and a 3rd man, and also the man at slip in the offside. So lots of danger written there, anything going too far outside the line of the stump. He's on the back for this time, but finds the cover fielder. Whips it quickly back into Leo. So much better over so far from Gaston. 4 dots and a wide delivery. So he's really pulled it back. Robinson gets a short delivery, looks to pull just over the head of the mid-on fielder, runs close to the rope. Did he pull it back? Yes. There's the applause going up. Good effort there, the ball seemingly almost willing to get into the rope. But Tariq Edward, no ball being called now, so going over the front crease. There was Gaston. and Dominica profits with a free hit. It's going to be Robinson. He's going to try to take full advantage. Fielders having to remain in position. Tariq Everard made on a very good effort there, running down, chasing that one down to the rope. Only to look and see the no ball being called. So Ken Robinson take advantage of this free hit, a full delivery, and he drives and will peel off all the way down to the backward point area for 4. So the extra delivery, the free hit, getting to the boundary, and Robinson making no mistake. Didn't really get the sweet spot of the bat, but had sufficient on it to find the boundary rope. Dominica goes up to 41 without loss. 5 extras. 1 legal delivery left in over number 4. Still trailing by 386. So lots of time in this innings. Dominica, I'm sure, will be looking to have a strong start. This delivery just played back up in the offside. Thought of a single. Gaston doing well to tumble on that one in his follow-through to bring the over to an end. 41 without loss. So very competitive start to the supply by the Dominicans. And striking at 10.25. Very early days yet. Kavem Hodge will definitely have a lot of work to do in this innings. And can Benjamin repeat the heroics of Thursday? Hodge only got to 2 on Thursday when these two teams first met in the preliminary encounter. Caught by the keeper Leo of the bowling of Shawnil Edward, who will be starting his 3rd over here. This one is again being charged by Pascal. It comes off the outer portion of the bat. It runs close to the deep extra cover region. Didn't have sufficient on it to get to the boundary, but they will get 2 nonetheless. 43 without loss. Edward in need of a tight over here for the St. Lucians to apply some pressure on the Dominican batsman. This one is short and it's slapped straight to the mid-off fielder, and the catch well taken straight to the fielder. Didn't have to move. Don and Edward taking the catch, and they're celebrating. It was powerfully struck, and Edward, very confident, stood in position and took the catch. And Dominica losing their first wicket with the score on 43, with Pascal going caught Don and Edward off the bowling of Shawnil Edward for 21 on a breezy knock-up, 21 off 12. But I'm sure thinking that needed to get that one over the infield. The St. Lucians nonetheless feeling that they've got a very crucial wicket. So I don't know if I'd call for him in terms of Dominica needing a big score from him today. But here he comes, Kavem Hodge. It was a slight setback to his team. Not a bad start in terms of runs on the board, but they've lost a wicket already in the power play. And Shawnil Edward among the wickets. After being a bit inconsistent at the start of the innings. So that will take his tally to 8 in the competition. Slightly creeping up on Gaston. The 2 St. Lucians leading the way for the St. Lucian bowling attack. The leading wicket takers in the competition so far, Jed Joseph, Dominica, with 6 scalps. Kirsten Murray of Grenada, also with 6. Darrell Cyrus, also from Grenada, and Ryan John, too, from Grenada, with 5 each. Next delivery, there's an appeal from Hodge, so they're looking to place some pressure on the new batsman, Kavim Hodge. From a very good shout, but maybe some batting there, looking to turn that one on the onside. Good delivery, well pitched up to the batsman, forcing Hodge to play, looking to get inside of his wicket and turn it on the onside. Edward, outside your some flowing drive. On that occasion, Hodge cannot beat the ring of fielders. The St. Lucians looking on their toes. Must be motivated by the fact that they went down yesterday and trying, or rather on Thursday, looking to come out with a victory and claim the championship. Shawnil Edward, left and around the wicket. Kavim Hodges hitting square. Good shot. We'll get a boundary on this occasion. Lovely shot. Finding the gap between the point fielder and the cover fieldsman. And that one, a bit airy, but not in any way close to any fielder. And gets the boundary. 51 for 1 today. 50 up for Dominica of 34 deliveries. 25 minutes. And a very attractive 6 fours and 2 sixes. So they've been busy, the Dominicans. And it's quite clear that they are going to make a fist of this reply. Edward is short again. This one is cut, slapped. Did it go all the way? 4 runs now being signaled by the umpire. It went quite a long way off the bat, so Edward guilty of pitching short, pulling that one back. And Hodge making no mistake, finding the boundary. So very good end to the over by the Dominicans. .35 deliveries for the 50. Dominica. Gaston will continue. 51 for 1. It's a pity not much spectator support. But the players' pavilion seems to be occupied with a few more patrons who have come in. This one is worked off their body. Easy by Robinson will get 2 at least. Into the unpatrolled area, deep mid-wicket region. So Robinson moves to 19 of 16. Has lost his opening partner, Pascal, caught by Dolan Edwards, slapping one from Shawnil Edwards straight to mid-off, inside the circle. Gaston looking for his first. This occasion, Robinson just guides that one. The man's sweeping on a point boundary, comes in. Sends an accurate return to keeper Leo. 1 more to the total. 54 for 1. Jelani Robinson, 20 from 17, striking at a decent clip. 117.65. And Hodge at 200. 8 of 4 deliveries. He comes in the strike. Seeing Gaston for the first time in this innings. Taps at the crease. Gets it into the vacant position between the gully and the cover. Again, the sweeper has to come off the boundary. Relay back to the bowler. One more to the score. 55 for 1. Well, after the early stampede by the Dominicans, the St. Lucians seeming to have pulled it back a bit. And also with the wicket of Pascal, seem to have slowed the tempo thus far for the Dominicans. Robinson is getting a delivery outside the off stump. Looking to cut at one, flat batted. The keeper, Leo, rifling the ball back at the stumps. It's broken. An appealing optimism by the St. Lucians. Robinson hadn't left his crease. But certainly they're looking very sharp in the field. At some points on Thursday, looked a bit lackadaisical, which helped Dominica to a decent 315. But today, with that huge score behind them and a lovely double century, undefeated by Aki Mogis, they seem buoyed in the outfield, energized by the sun that is back of us at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. There's 2 men on the boundary, the third man and a deep point. This one is a delivery played upon the offside. The bowler just shadowing. Ball rifle back to the keeper. No run. So good going by the St. Lucians. And Gaston pulling things back. Had been a bit expensive previously, but seemed to have settled down into a proper rhythm. Now going at 8.12 inside his third over. Waits for Robinson to settle. He's up now. And he's just at the last moment, just waving his bat out of the way, initially looking to have committed himself to the shot. So he'd had 6 overs completed. Dominica men 55 for 1. And you are following live stream of this final in the 2025 Windward Island Super 50 Championship here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And that's your scorecard. A lovely view of the Players Pavilion. And section above the changing rooms. Sparsely populated, but it's certainly been an improvement from the previous half of this game. So we're going to have a change from the northern end. For the first time, we're going to be having McKenny Clark operating from the northern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Melius can afford to keep up his attack. Again, there's a sweep on the offside at the point boundary, and the man at backward square that's moving a bit more to his right on the rope. Clark still calling on him to come further to his right. So McKenny Clark at the start of his spell. Outside the off stump, a dangerous looking swish outside the off stump by Hodge on that occasion. Probably there's some justification with the target that has been set. They're still trailing by 372. We need to get bat on as many deliveries as possible. Has suffered the loss of Pascal, who was looking very aggressive, striking at 175. 21 off 12 balls, 2 sixes, and 1 4. But it's Clark looking to whip up some pace. This one is well pitched up. Hodge comes forward, squeezes it out square on the offside. The return comes in flat on that occasion, straight to the keeper. Good throw in that occasion. It's like Eugene down at point. And just a single. 56 for 1. Robinson moving to 20. Clark turns again at his mark. But umpire Jordan, he's short again and cut down backward of point for 4. So giving some opportunity, opening up that window on the offside, and the batsman taking full advantage, given room and short enough to be cut. The fielder was too square to prevent that boundary, and Robinson moves up to 24. 24 off 21. His 4th boundary. 114.29 is strike rate. Clark needing to be a bit closer to the batsman. Short again. This time he is helping it over the extra cover region. Fielder coming across. A high return on this occasion. Leonard, an extremely tall man, unable to take it, but is backed up in the offside. So he'll have to settle for 1. 62 for 1 it is. And Robinson comes back into strike. Clark moves away once more from us. Again, he's short, but too close to the batsman. And Robinson just looking to guide it into the offside. You know, ran a much better line on that occasion from Clark, much closer to the batsman. Had to make the room for himself. Was tucked up in the end. And a dot ball resulting. So we're hearing that the game at the Minnu Phillip Park reduced to 25 overs per team. We're just hoping that there can be some good weather and play will continue uninterrupted. Clark here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. This one is cut very well fielded there by Tariq Edward. Just dive into his head. Very smart indeed. And inspiring and motivating his teammates as the over comes to an end. Just dropping on that one. The Dominicans looking for every run possible. 62 for 1 after 7 overs. And reminding you that they're chasing a huge total set by St. Lucia. They're looking for 428 to pull off the championship. St. Lucia winning the first 2 of the preliminary matches. Lost to the Dominicans on Thursday. And the 2 teams meeting again for the title. St. Lucia certainly with the upper hand thanks to that huge score that they were able to put down when they batted. And I think those who were at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground will long remember the wonderful unbeaten 208 batting carrying his bat throughout the innings. Young Akimogis. 16 fours, 14 sixes, but we're going to have a change at the southern end with Jaden Eli Box being introduced for the first time. Eli Box with a useful knock of 33 when the St. Lucians batted. So too did Noel Leo, who got 70. He's behind the stumps. So left-hander is coming around the wicket. This one is hit over his head. Will go one bounce into the boundary. A good stop by the fielder coming off the long off boundary. For a moment, I was probably thinking that it would have gone all the distance or maybe go into the boundary. But it was hit high. It didn't seem to have gone that flat. Probably had it gone a bit flat, it might have skidded in. But landed, the fielder was moving quickly from the long off boundary and able to save 3. 63 for 1. A full toss. This time it goes all the way. So Eli Box offering a lovely full toss to Robinson, who makes no mistake. He's it over the backward square region for a big 6 and taking the Dominicans even closer in the 8th over. 69 for 1. And Eli Box paying the price for that full ball just about the thigh pad. Swinging down to the backward square, will get another boundary. Short enough, just getting into his wicket. With the restricted field, there's a short backward square, there's the orthodox square leg. He found the gap between the two and bringing up another boundary. So Robinson is continuing to accelerate. Got 49 on Thursday. So he's had some consistency in the competition. Eli Box conceding 11 already off 3 deliveries. Batsman looking to push into the offside. This time it's much closer to him. Looking to make some room, but can only push it back up the track to the bowler. Eli Box looking to finish off. 3 deliveries still left in his first over. He left hand orthodox. This one is pushing to the offside. Will run close to the boundary. The fielder from long off can get across. So another boundary. So the boundary is continuing to flow for Dominica and Robinson. He moves to 40. 40 of 28. Very good knock from him so far. Positive reply by the Dominicans. Going at 9.83. No real change to the field. Good sensible batting by Robinson, finding the gaps. He's on the back foot on this occasion. Guiding that one square. Dot ball to end the over. So Eli Box conceding 15 of his first. And at the end of over number 8, Dominica men 77 for 1. But they've still got lots of work to do, trailing by 350. And it's McKenny Clark who will continue from the northern end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Dominica winning the toss this morning. Might have regretted, especially later in the innings when Akeem Ogis had things all his way. Dominicans didn't really take all their chances. Put down a couple. But splendid innings by Ogis. He was flawless today. This one is short and cut in the air. Straight to the man at the deep point region. And he goes. Short delivery again by Clark. And Hodge just slapping it one. Eugene steadied himself and took a very good catch. He didn't have to move. Just steadied himself. Ensured that he was inside the bungee rope. And again, the Dominicans find themselves in further trouble, losing one of their most accomplished batsmen, Kavim Hodge, going caught by Eugene of McKenny Clark for 11. And Dominica just sliding a bit now, 77 for 2. Still some batting resources left in the lineup. Can Benjamin play another hero's knock today? So 77 for 2. Tavernier with a decent 26 in the previous game on Thursday. Can he come to the party today? Spoil the heroics of Akeem Ogis, who batted right throughout the St. Lucian innings. Carried his bat for an undefeated 208. Which helped St. Lucian to that handsome total. We're into the 9th over. St. Lucians have come out with that sort of security of that huge total. They've looked good in the field. They've held their catches. And they've saved quite a few runs. That's Clark. If a wicket under his belt is when the shot is cutting. And again, Eugene brought into action, moves to his left. Rifles the return. Back in. And Tavernier gets off the mark. So the positivity continuing to be shown by the Dominican batsmen. They're not going into their shells. They're playing their shots. McKenny Clark, if a wicket off his First delivery of this over. His second. 1 for 7. Makes his figures look extremely good. In again. This one is shot and the batsman seen that one with some pace. Robinson has to lean back. That was one of the quickest that we've seen so far in this initial innings. Kenny Clark, as a youngster coming through the under-19 ranks, had a reputation for being an out-and-out quick bowler. At one point being mentioned in regional circles. This will have been drafted by the TKR for this year's CPL season. Was wrong with the St. Lucia Kings, but has been picked up in the draft areas over the wicket. On a shot again, and is it an edge? Very close to the outside edge. That one, some movement back into the batsman. Just bend back a bit into him. So he's working up some pace. Kenny Clark. Too close for the cut. And Robinson still looking to take advantage of anything slightly wide of the body, but that one was too close on that occasion. And luckily for him, it missed the outside edge. And Melius was just making an adjustment to his feet while the bowler was coming through, and he's coming forward of the inner portion of the body, suppose, down to the fine leg region, very, very fine leg position of the bat of the inner portion, down to the boundary for 4. So that wicket must have really worked Clark up. But in the end, Robinson profiting from that boundary. It's looking to come down, and it was very quick, finding the inside edge, passing between the batsman and his body. And the fine leg is vacant. Robinson waits once more. He's gone to 44. This one is outside the off stump. The good thing about Clark is that he has really adjusted his length quite well with that pace. So we've had 9 runs, rather 9 overs completed in the inning so far. And another man, similar pace, and his youngster, got the name Pace, will be up soon to start his stint in the Dominican innings. So we've had 9 overs completed, 82 for 2. But Robinson is continuing to defy the St. Lucians after Pascal going back, caught by Edward after bowling of Edward, Donald Edward, bowled Sean Edward for 21, and Kevin Hodge, caught by John L. Eugene of McKenny Clark for 11. So Eli Box will continue his lone over, conceding 15 runs. Can he deliver better one this time around? This one just plays into the onside. They'll get a single. Fielder looking to coming from the mid-wicket position. Can't pick it up quickly enough. Ogis on arm to return to Eli Box. Leo getting involved in some field placing. Eli Box held up momentarily. This delivery just played. They're going to for a quick single. Again, Ogis cannot get it quickly enough. Neither can Eli Box, who darted in his follow through. So Robinson goes up by 1 to 45, and it brings Tavernier into strike. There's 2 singles of the first 2 deliveries in this over. Eli Box this time is looking to work that one off the pad. Can't get the run. Eli Box. Much better this over. Keeping a tight rein on the batsman. This one is looking to work it off the stumps. Will run close to the boundary rope. Will get there now. just crossing the rope. So a bit too straight on that occasion there by Eli Box. And it was a long chase for Don and Edward. All he could do was to go and retrieve over the rope. So again, useful runs for the Dominicans. The score moving up to 88 for the loss of 2. Again, attempted sweep ball coming off the pad. Bit of a wayward return, but backed up in the offside. Six runs conceded in the over. The final of the 10th coming up. Eli Box is when his batsman is just choked for room, looking to make some space. But Eli Box, wisely seeing the batsman advancing, just pushed it in closer to him, and he ended up being choked. And that one just played into the offside. The over comes to an end, so it's Dominica 88 for 2 after 10 overs, and they're still 339 behind. So we're going to have a new voice for the next 10 overs, Claudius Emmanuel.
Thank you, Ryan. 88 for 2. Clark in his third over will move into Robinson, who drives nicely. Good stop though by Melius at backward point. No run. So 340 required. Dominica scoring at 8.7. Required rate 8.54. When the inning started, the required rate was 8.56. So just decelerating slightly from what they had in the first few overs outside the off stump. Clark. And Robinson doesn't play. He's 45 from 36. So a big effort needed from Robinson. Dominica, having already lost Pascal for 21, Hodge for 11. They would have been depending on these two to contribute towards the target of 428. It's a sizable one. Clark to Robinson. Robinson pulls away over the head of the infield and away to the straight mid-wicket cow corner boundary for 4. So getting closer to his half century. Robinson within 1, in fact, as the Dominica men's total goes to 92. 92 for 2. Pushing along nicely. On Thursday, Robinson was unfortunate because he was dismissed on 49. Would want to cross the half-century landmark and go towards and even surpass 3 figures. Clark to Robinson, good delivery. And plays away off the outer portion of the bat, and Tavernier almost going to slip there at the non-striker's end. Melius was equal to the opportunity, looking to throw the stumps down. Didn't miss by that much, as Tavernier there just falling asleep a little, having to get the back in. Dot ball, 92 for 2. Clark to Robinson. Short pulled away out towards mid-wicket, being pursued by Descant. Not successful as he slides away. The ball winning the race. And so at 50 for Robinson. Now was the Tavernier. That's 50 for Robinson? Yes, 53. And, well, don't think his teammates are aware of that. So No applause, no celebration. Robinson is not even aware. 53 he is from 39. 9 falls 1 6. And, well, the reason for this is our scoreboard near the Dominica dugout has him on 49, but he has gone to the boundary, with the boundary to 50. Clark to him, plays away to Melius at backward point. And end of the over. And some assistance from the dressing room to Robinson. Maybe a change of glove, maybe a drink. But we know that he has gotten to the 50. 50 from 40. 53, that should be, from 40 balls. And good going by the burly right-hander. Striking at 132.5. So 11 completed. And Eli Box will continue over number 12. If you are joining us for the first time, Eli Box not for 21 from his 2. If you're joining us, Lucia getting 427 off of the 50 overs. Eli Box to Tavernier, who clips it away for a single up to short mid-on, which is vacant. And so Eli Box has to do the fielding to his own bowling. 97 for 2. Senusha, that 427. Akimogis, 208. Carrying his bat. Undefeated. Forward goes Robinson. And playing away to Mechanic Clark at backward point, no run. For Eli Box, long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep cover. Coming in around the wicket to Robinson, who's back, turns it to long on for the single, and now the applause from his teammates for his 50. And so acknowledging the applause, Jelani Robinson getting a jam of the gloves from Tavernier, but he's a lot more than 50. He's 54. And he waits. Tavernier in strike forward and plays back to Eli Box. 98 for 2. I think our scoreboard has that correct. Just the individual scores that they are off by 4. Eli Box, Tavernier is defending on the front foot. Delivery is just outside off stump. 330 needed from 229. Leo looking for a change of luck. Swaps the bails as Eli Box round the wicket to Tavernier, lofting that safely though. Couple of bounces to the long on fielder Tariq Edward, and they take one at the end of the over, the 12th of the innings. 329 needed from 228 balls. The Dominica worm in blue above the St. Lucian red worm, showing that Dominica is on course. Of course, they have to maintain it throughout the innings. It's a 50 over game, so Dominica currently scoring at 8.25. So just 8.5 will get them there. 9. The first few overs they had gotten into in double figures. Clark, a slap and a miss at it outside, off stump by Tavernier, and there's no run. So quick recap of the St. Lucia innings for you if you're just joining our streaming broadcast. So Akimo Geese 208, 70 from Leo, 40 Melius, 29 Descartes, 33 Eli Box, 4 for 77 Tyson, 2 for 63 Lewis. Driving into the offside, finding the gap out towards the boundary and into it ahead of Donan Edward. So 4 to bring up the 100 for Dominica. Pleasant drive by Tavernier. Getting him into double figures. He's 12. And a Dominica 100 coming up. In the 13th over, 100 from 79 deliveries, 59 minutes. 14 fours and 3 sixes. Clark in his 4th over looking for his 2nd wicket. To Tavernier, short, looking to hook it away and rather pull it away and not making contact, hitting the midriff. Clark picking up. So dot ball. Required rate 8.52 midway in the 13th over. To come for Dominica, Gian Benjamin. Not the next batsman, but well, he could be the next. He put on 120 on Thursday and held the innings together. Dominica were at one stage 169 for 7. They went on to make 315. Short, looking to uppercut there. Is Tavernier. Very lone and optimistic appeal from Leo, which is a standard thing for the keeper. But no question of an edge there. Umpire George not interested. The man from Grenada. With him is the Dominican umpire Pierre Louis. So these two in action officiating. We are at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Clark is bowling a full one, but it's into the pad. And heading down the leg side. A stifled appeal coming from some of the fielders. So, dot ball. Free up the St. Lucian squad on the edge of the boundary with the towels and the drinks. Theo Edward, Royce Paul, and Lee John, I think. Those not playing for St. Lucia. St. Lucia making one change today. Tyrell Chico losing out. Hooked away down to long leg. Will pick it up on the bounce, Gaston. And get the return back in. So one more to Tavernier to complete the over. The 13th of the innings completed. Dominica 104 for 2. They need to score at 8.76 and keep their wickets in hand if they are to get to the target of 428. Robinson and Tavernier. They have put on 27 for the 3rd wicket. Pascal, well, a lot depended on him to really push things on. Went quite briskly at 175. He got to 21 from 12 balls, but he was caught Edward Bowl. Caught Donan Edward Bowl, Sean Edward 21. And then Kavem Hodge caught Eugene Bowl, Clark 11. Dominica's 2 wickets that have fallen so far. Eli Box will continue and start the 14th over. Tavernier back and punching on the bounce to Eli Box. Eli Box again. Tavernier is playing at it outside off, or maybe not playing. Leo with the appeal. Taking it outside the off stump. A bit of bounce there for Eli Box. Yes, definitely playing at it. Off the back foot, hitting it hard into the ground. Can't beat cover. Extra cover in Auguste. And there's no run, so 3 dot balls from Eli Box in this over. Comes in again to Robinson. Back. Robinson will get the single. As Clark sliding away. In fact, it's Descartes who's picking up at backward point, but can't stop the single. Tavernier getting his 14th run and taking Dominica to 105 for 2. Eli Box round the wicket to Robinson. Robinson drives past Eli Box straight down the ground. Long off will cover it. Gaston and will fire the return to Leo, who's taking it low down. So 1 to Robinson, 55 years. 14 to Tavernier. Partnership of 29 between these two. The 2 big men for the Dominicans. They are equally burly fielders. A big burly shot from the man is going out to long on. Taken. Tariq Edward judging it well, staying with it, and accounting for the loss of the burly Tavernier. Well, it wasn't burly enough, the stroke. It found Tariq Edward, who judged it well and danced his way to celebrate the dismissal. Fall of the 3rd wicket. Taj Tavernier going. Caught Tariq Edward. Bowled Jane and Eli Box. 14. Dominica losing their 3rd wicket as the number 3 jersey disappears towards the dressing room. Number 18, Fontaine, the new batter. Sir Arsenio Fontaine gets his opportunity to come into the middle order at number 5 for Dominica. And so he would have to combine with Robinson, who has gotten to his half century. So Dominica 106 for 3. That's in reply to St. Lucia's 427 for 9. Dominica still needing 322 at just under 9. So Fontaine on Thursday was caught nowhere. Leo ball Gaston 13. Would want to do much better than that, as he has joined Robinson. As we told you, Robinson getting 49 on Thursday has gone a lot better today. 55 not out. And looking to bat on and on for his team. He'll be in strike at the start of the 15th over. McKenny Clark into him. Goes back, plays it to Melius, who breaks the non-strikers in stumps. But Fontaine was grounded. 106 for 3. McKenny Clark in his 5th over, 1 for 25. Edward, who started. Chanel, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Gaston, Keon, 3 overs, no maidens, not for 23. Eli Box, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Clark to a loose delivery from Robinson. Going back and looking to run that somewhere towards backward point. No run. Not a good choice of stroke because there's short third, backward point in the circle. There's also third man and deep backward point. So he's not going to get many runs with that stroke. And very risky type of stroke. Deliberate ploy against him. The 2 men in the circle at backward point very close. O'Geese and Melius. Clark to Robinson. Robinson tucked up. Doesn't have the room on this occasion. Pushing it to Eli Box at extra cover. No run. Let's look at that field for Robinson. Deep wide third man. Backward point on the edge of the circle. Or very wide short third man on the circle. A few yards to his right. Ogis at backward point. Then there's deep backward point in Eugene on the boundary. Extra cover mid-off on the edge of the circle. Clark to Robinson. Straight delivery. Turned away. To Gaston at long leg. Single taken. Robinson's 56 run. The total going to 107 for 3. 2 deliveries left in the 15th. For Clark on the onside, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square leg. Power play completed, of course, so fielders can be on the boundary. 4 of them. Deep third, deep backward point, square leg, and the backward square leg, the deep backward square leg. Slip in place now for the new batter, Fontaine. Mid-on coming in as well. Clark to Fontaine. It's a good delivery. Bang on target, playing away defensively. Back on the onside of the wicket. No run. 321 required at 8.96. To come for Dominica, Hamilton, Tyson, Lewis, Anselm, Benjamin, Joseph. They need to bat throughout the innings. 428 is a big ask for a 50 over game. Can we have more than 800 runs in the day? Short and wide, let go by Fontaine. Surprising that it was not called by umpire George, who calls over instead. So 15 completed. 107 for 3 Dominica. They're scoring at 7.3. They need to push it closer to 9 if they are going to get to that target of 428. Young ladies taking the action. Nice to see that. Very quiet proceedings in the Johnson Charles stand, now covered with shade as the sun begins to go down behind it. Eli Box will come in, and this is another perspective. They're at the southern end, taking in the action above the players' dressing room, I should say. More varied population there. Looking to turn it away is Robinson. He remains on 56. Eli Box in his 5th over. Ball short, cut away. An attempted dive, not successful. But will the sweeper, good work. Is he successful? Has he touched that? And in fact he has, because umpire Pierre-Louis signaling the boundary. Who's that? Shonil Edward doing a valiant attempt to keep that in. Was that McKenny Clark? So 4 to Robinson, taking him to 60. And Dominica pushing on to Nelson. 1-1-1 for 3. Robinson pushing things along. Goes back, hits this time straight to Auguste. No dive from Auguste on this occasion. Picking up the ball straight to him. So no run on this occasion. 317 still needed. Eli Box to Robinson. Robinson back, cutting it later, but therefore finding the fielder. Descarted point. No run. Needed to hit that even later. Looking to go to the left of Descartes. Eli Box round the wicket. Goes back. Hits it instead to Ogie, straight to him. Not picking up. cleanly, but saving the run. Picking up the action above the players' pavilion. Eli box to Robinson. Robinson is looking to go big and long towards the onside. Full delivery missing at the end of the over. The 15th for the 16th of the innings. Dominica men 1-1-1 for 3. No, that needs to be 1-1. Isn't it 1-1-5? 1-1-1. 1-1-1 for 3 it is. So 60 to Robinson. Umpires call for a drinks break. And so the players will refresh themselves on what has been a very hot day throughout. We have had good weather and we have had good cricket as well. So 16 overs gone. A time for a break for ourselves as well. Dominica still needing 317. So we take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. So we're back after the break. And we're going to see a bowling change. Looks like some leg spin from Don Edward, who's getting his first game. It's quite remarkable that you should not play the first 3 games, yet get an opportunity to play in the final. That's the story for Don Edward. And it shows the need to always remain patient. Your opportunity will come. Because he could have been maybe a little despondent. Oh, I have not made the side the first 3 games. But he gets his opportunity. And he's in the side ahead of Chico, who would say blew hot and cold with the ball. A useful 27 in the second game from Chico. But Donald Edward coming in, and he'll bowl the 17th over. Fontaine, the man in strike. Edward starts with a bit of a googly there, and inside edge maybe into the pad. Wow, that's saying a lot for Edward in terms of control. Not sending down the leg break, starting with the googly. He's moving in again. Fontaine gets the leg break, turns it away. It's pitch outside leg, out towards backwards square leg. Mid wicket, Descartes with the work as they took 2. So Fontaine getting off the mark. 113 for 3. Ball them! Oh, Fontaine, not a good choice. Looking good to go for a big drive. And missing and having his stumps disturbed. So success for Donald Edward very early on, as young Fontaine goes away in disappointment. So Dominica losing their 4th wicket. 113 now for 4. Senior Fontaine bowl Edward for 2. And Edward in fact playing his second game. Did play in the second game at Mender Phillip Park, which we didn't see, but indeed he played that second game. So it's going to be the little man, number 16. And well, he put on a big man effort on Thursday. 120 for his side. So he's a man in form, and he will carry the Dominica effort on his shoulders. He's a short man, but strong shoulders. And no doubt Dominica fans will expect, will hope that he can reproduce the form that he showed on Thursday. An update from Mender Phillip Park. Grenada batting first in the 25 over game. 99 for 7 after 15.3. So 99 for 7 after 15.3 overs. Remember, it's a 25 over game, and they're playing for 3rd place in the championship game here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Slip has been posted for Gian Benjamin's first delivery. The leg spinner Edward will move into him. Short and very wide. That didn't hit the return crease at all. Went diagonally with Edward over the wicket. That went straight to, or was going straight to the slip. And wide call by umpire George. 114 for 4. Edward to Benjamin. Benjamin waiting on it, turning the leg break and getting off the mark. Onto the short mid-wicket area. Gaston with the fielding. And Benjamin off the mark. 115 for 4. 313 needed. And it's going to be Benjamin, Robinson, who hits off the back foot to Gaston in the covers. No run. So Robinson 60. Benjamin has just come in. Back goes Robinson, hitting out towards mid-wicket. One bounce into the boundary ahead of Descartes for 4. So at the end of the Don and Edward over, the 17th of the innings, Robinson getting himself a boundary, going to 64, and the total 119 for 4. Eli Box to continue. He's 6 over. He's got 1 for 30. And he'll bowl to Benjamin. Back edge over the head of Edward at backward point. Benjamin wants the second. The return goes to the non-striker's end. And they complete 2. So Benjamin going hard at this one. Peeling off the top edge, but over the head of Edward at backward point, and he got 2. Edward swapping positions with McKinney Clark. Edward now at backward square leg in the circle. Eli Box to Benjamin, wide, chopped away, and Clark picking up. 121 for 4. This is the 18th over. Dominica scoring at 6.98. Eli Box to Benjamin, tugging it along the ground to long on. Gaston picking up. And one more to the total. 122 for 4. Robinson in strike. Melius making an adjustment to the field, sending Eugene to his left at mid-wicket. Long on, long off, mid-wicket, deep cover. Deep point. The fielders on the boundary. Eli Box goes to Robinson, who is looking to bang that through the covers off the back foot. Momentum taking him away to square leg. So much power he was looking to utilize there. Didn't make contact. Eli Box to him. Straight a delivery. Clipped away but can't score. It's going straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Edward is there. Donnan. No run. 3 runs from 5 balls in the over so far. Good from Eli Box. Coming into Robinson. Robinson is swinging across the line violently along the ground. Just a single though. Eugene coming off the mid-wicket boundary. So the over is a good one from Eli Box. Just the 4. And 18 completed. 123 for 4. Dominica still need 305 from 192. So Robinson with 65, 21 Pascal, 14 Tavernier, 11 Hodge. So needing to push on and on. Edward to come up for his second over. 1 for 8. The wicket of Young Fontaine. And so Edward looking to push on. In his first game against St. Vincent, he had 5 overs, not for 34. Looking to produce the leg break. It's not really turning, so maybe this one was not meant to turn. It wasn't about leg stump. Robinson missing out. Edward again to Robinson. Short. Hit away. Oh, diving attempt. Got the hand to it. Edward not able to hold on. Tariq Edward with the dive on the edge of the circle. Got the right hand to it, but wasn't able to grab it and have it stick as we saw from Hodge earlier. In fact, it was off of him that Hodge took a brilliant catch. Hodge was at the short mid-wicket position and Edward going back and turning the ball. Brilliantly caught by Hodge. Edward not able to celebrate an equally spectacular catch. Benjamin, who hits that down to long off. But you just thought that in the setup that he was going towards long on. Anyway, you will not mind. He got the single safely. 5 to him. 125 for 4. Edward was horizontal there, but not able to hold on. Back goes, good stroke from Robinson on this occasion. Beating, well, we'll have to say 3 players in the gap, in the circle, going through the fielders and beating the wide long off Shonil Edwards. So a good stroke from Robinson and getting himself to a boundary. So he goes to 70, 129 for 4 as he put that short one away. Off the back foot, the appeal going up. And, well, you never know if Noel Leo took that and threw it high in the air as if it was a foregone conclusion that that was an edge. But umpire George, well, he was as erect as one of the light pylons. A bit of byplay between Robinson and Leo. Robinson remains on 70. And Leo also breaking the stumps, trying to run out Robinson after the catch was not on. Outside the off stump, caught, put down! Ooh! Tariq Edward, well, here was a simpler one. That came to Edward about chest height. And somehow he put it down. Two-handed away to his left. And, well, he just mistimed the catch. And so Robinson gets alive. Gets the single as well. Goes to 71 at the end of the over. 130 for 4. A big drive from Robinson. And maybe there, Tariq Edward, the legs sort of slipped from under him. So he didn't have a good base to complete the catch. That's what I'll say. And putting the catch down. So disappointment for Edward, who takes pride in his fielding. So seemed to have done a bit of damage to his hand and will go off, maybe in attempting to take the catch, hitting the finger in a very painful way. Holding the left hand, writhing in pain. So the pain of dropping the catch and the real pain of a bruised left hand. So he's going to go off, a bit of ice, no doubt. And he'll be replaced by the man with the red shoes, Tyrell Chico. So Chico, happy to spot that red pair of boots. And attention to Tariq Edward. Eli Box will start the new over, the 20th of the innings. It's going to come to Robinson, who goes back, hits in the air over the head of the diving Edward. And down to the sweeper. Descart, that extra cover. 1 to him. Robinson, in recent overs, living a bit of a charmed life. See it a few in the air. And has been put down, really, on 2 occasions by Edward. Eli Box to Benjamin. Back. Hits it hard out towards the sweeper at long off. Benjamin coming back for the second. But Robinson maybe not having as much in the tank as Benjamin stays his ground. He's on 72. He has faced 64 balls and has done a lot of running. Happy to take strike. It's 132 for 4. Eli box round the wicket to Robinson. Robinson pulls away. Straight to Eugene at the mid-wicket boundary. And Robinson happy to walk the single as he goes to 73. 132, 133 for 4. Benjamin coming to strike his 6 from 6. Has not really hit everything in the sweet bread so far. It's been a little scratchy as he drives away to Eugene, who's had extra cover on this occasion. To the left-hander. One more to Benjamin. He's 7. Has not really teed off as yet, just doing it in singles. He knows that he'll have to accelerate at some point, allowing the heavy lifting to be done by Robinson. Eli box. Round the wicket to Robinson. Hits hard into the offside, straight to the sweeper. Descart at deep cover. Sending the bounce return back in. Dominica doing it in singles in this over. 135 for 4. 293 required. The required rate 9.5. Because they are down to 6.81 currently. Eli box to Benjamin. Chopping it away. Slapping it away. Eugene comes off the boundary and completes the 20th over. 427, the St. Lucia effort for 9. Dominica 136 for 4. They require 292 from 180 balls. As we go to Ryan O'Brien for more analysis.
Thanks, Claudius. Dominica men after 20 overs, 136 for 4. Donan Edward will continue. This one is well pitched up. Benjamin is looking to drive to the offside, gets off the inner portion of the bat. The ball just bobbles on the onside. It's Leo who's coming from behind the stump to field. And after 20 overs, so we show 132 for 1. So that's a difference of wickets. They come back for 2. This one played down to the sweeper. On the boundary, Descart coming across. Can't prevent the 2. Benjamin moves into double figures. He's on 10. Robinson on 74. Given a live in the previous over from Edward. Sexy livery. Beating the attacking shot from Benjamin, who goes back into his stance, batting a leg stump guard, hitting screen to the outside. Then a good stop, partial enough to prevent a 2. 1 completed in the end. The ever bubbly Leo moves from behind the stump all the way to backward square to congratulate the fielder. Rather unusual. See a keeper run that distance just to applaud a teammate. Almost 30 yards back. This one is a shorter delivery. And Robinson comes back, makes some room for himself, and plays it square into the offside. Edward. His delivery is short of a good length. Again, Robinson looking to make some room for himself. choke for space, the over coming to an end. So Donald Edward with 1 for 18. Good spell from him so far. And Dominica to 138 for 4 after 31 overs. Jelani Robinson, 74. It's been a good knock from him so far. Partnership 27. This one is worked down to the third man region. Fielder coming across quickly, but can't prevent Benjamin from coming back for the second run. So Eli box just short in that occasion. And Benjamin just making some room. Picking up a couple. Eli box in once more. And Robinson looking to pull that one through mid-wicket. Makes no contact. And it's taken, actually fielded by the keeper who has to run across to his left. 141 for 4. Eli boxing his 8th over. The left-hander coming round the wicket. This one is up in the air. This card is coming across. Just gets the boot on it. Prevents the boundary. Good work by him for a moment. There was a possibility of a catch. He had a lot of ground to make up and just pushing that one back into play. The Dominicans continuing to stay interested in this chase. Chase of the huge total 427 for 9 made by St. Lucia when they batted. Eli box. This one is well up to the batsman. He's playing it down to the long off position. Fielder coming off the boundary, underarming a return. They'll get 1. Robinson is back in the strike, or rather Benjamin back in the strike. Robinson up to 75. 21.4 overs completed. 2 deliveries left in the 22nd. This one is wide. Signal now 2 by the umpire. Guilty of going too far outside the left-hander's off stump. St. Lucia able to pick up 4 wickets. Dominica still a good way up. This one is short and Benjamin is getting inside of his wicket. Another challenge for Descartes coming off the boundary, but he'll just get 1. The ball was traveling quickly to him. And Descartes covering some good ground and restricted the batsman to just 1. So Benjamin up to 14. Robinson on 75. He's been there from the start. 69 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. Waits for the left-hander. This one is short. He's on the back foot, pulls it straight to the deep mid-wicket. Eugene again in that position, taking the catch. So Eugene coming away for catch to see the back of the very resilient Jelani Robinson. But he's gone, getting a short delivery, getting inside of his wicket. And again, Eugene just having to stay on the boundary and accept the catch. Similarly to what he did for the dismissal of Hodge. But Eli Box getting his 2nd wicket, a short delivery. Robinson getting inside of his wicket, seeing the opportunity for going for a maximum, but only able to find Eugene at the deep mid-wicket region. And the St. Lucians are happy to see the back of Jelani Robinson, caught by John and Eugene of the bowling of Jaden Eli Box for 75 of 70. And that will dent the effort of the Dominicans even further. So the St. Lucians, couple blemishes, but generally have been rather efficient in the field. Was in 5 for 145. 22 overs completed. There's still 282 adrift. Eli Box, his figures looking much more respectable. 2 for 46 of 8. Economy of 5.75. Sean Edward has been a bit expensive. 10.67, the left-hander. Opening bowler. 1 for 32 of his 3. Really fought for consistency in his opening over. But Eli Box has been able to pick up wickets and also go at a rate under 6. It's going to be Don Edward, who will continue from the media center end here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And he's going to be bowling to Jelani Robinson, who is just getting himself, Jad Benjamin rather, who's settling in his stance. 15 so far to his name of 16. So delivery that he's getting on the back foot was in the air for quite some time, but well away from the short extra cover fielder. Can he replicate the 120 that he got in the game on Thursday? That ensured Dominica got set up to play in this playoff game for the championship. This one is an attempted reverse sweep. It goes past the keeper and down past what would have been the third man region. So leg byes being signaled by the umpire now. So 4 more extras. St. Lucia doing a much better job as far as the extras are concerned. Conceded 11 so far in this innings. In the previous game they had conceded 48 against the Dominicans. Robinson is on the back foot, plays it into the offside. Descart, Benjamin. Descart comes off the deep extra cover boundary. I'm sure Robinson would have loved to have been there. Got so accustomed to seeing him around, but it's Benjamin, who I saw a lot of on Thursday, looking to get into some sort of rhythm and play more fluently. But so far, the St. Lucian bowlers have not really given him too much room to free his arms and play some shot. This one is short. This one is hit down to the wide long on region. The fielder coming off the boundary gets a return in quickly. St. Lucians have been quick to the ball. On that occasion, a possibility of a second run was ruled out. And Benjamin decided he would just settle at the striker's end and wait for Edward. Like spinners said, so could there have been on the edge? In all the enthusiasm, Leo not taking the ball cleanly and just bob a little bit. The anxiety around the stump showing it was a possible catch. Just on the move. The fact that he was moving across, the momentum of the ball coming across him, was unable to keep it in the gloves. Yes, on the move. Didn't take the catch. Benjamin looking to sweep, gets it down to the fine leg region. 4 runs being signaled by the umpire. So Benjamin just getting into his work, surviving chance the previous delivery. So over number 23 coming to an end. 155 for 5. And Edward denied another scalp in that over. But after 4, he's got 1 for 24 and going at a decent economy of 5.43. So the 150 up for Dominica for 5. 155 for 5 actually. They're still needing 273 of 162 balls at 10.1 watt. The asking rate going up with every dot ball. This one is played into the onside of the inner portion of the bat. And Joseph calls Benjamin for the single. Responds positively. And they completed the fourth incident. 156 for 5. They need to find the boundary more often. This one, another attempt at a reverse sweep by Benjamin. Very ambitious indeed. Doesn't make contact. He's on 20 from 22. Has been able to up his strike rate. Waits on the lie box. Was into his 9th over. 1 for 47. This one is short. He's pulling down to Descartes. Swing at the backward square boundary. Return into the keeper. And Leo has to take a couple paces forward to collect it. 157 for 5. St. Lucia leading another 5 wickets. Dominica trailing by 270. Eli Box is serving up a delivery to which the batsman has sufficient time to stand up tall. Jed Joseph and strike it down to long off. We'll get a single. Can they build on this partnership? Can they offer some resistance to the St. Lucians? 13 so far between these two for the 6th wicket. Eli Box. Pass umpire Pierre-Louis is short, and this one is misfielded. Maybe just losing his grounding a bit. But just one. Didn't cost that many. There's a man sweeping coming off the boundary, Eugene. Rifles the return back in. Benjamin goes up by 1. Joseph comes in to strike. Eli Box. One more delivery in his 9th over. This one is played down to long on. And it's Chico on a substitute for Tariq Edwards. Sends a return way up to the keeper's end, bringing the over to an end. And at the end of 25 or 24 overs, Dominica 160 for the loss of 5. Still 267 behind. So they'll need to step on the gas. Current rate 6.67. So they've not had a chance to really get too far ahead of the St. Lucian as far as the comparisons between the innings. Eli Box bowling his final, and it's rather Edward coming on for his 5th over. Eli Box with 1 over remaining. This one is short. His edge, the first sip can't take it. Very quick reflexes would have been needed. Quick off the edge. Yeah, it definitely looks too close to it. This one came off, peel off the outside edge very quickly. And another chance going there. And Clark not able to come up with the quick reflexes. And Joseph gets alive, and also a single. Dominica to 161 for 5. The Dominicans wouldn't mind that. Benjamin coming forward, full face of the bat. And Clark was now moving to the short cover position. He picks up. No run. So the slip being used for Joseph comes out for Benjamin. He's striking this one down to the area over long on. Good 6. Good proper contact on that one. Close to the batsman in his striking arc. And a full swing of the bat. And a very productive stroke by Gian Benjamin. He moves up to 28 off 26. And a rate now of 107.69. No starting to pick up some momentum, some fluency in his innings. He's again looking to sweep backward the square. The St. Lucian fielder again wobbling. So in recent time, they have been a bit loose in the field, putting on a couple chances and not picking up cleanly. Again, affording the Dominicans some runs there. On that occasion, Benjamin benefiting from a couple. Short again, he's on the back foot, standing up straight, pushes it back up the track. Edward with field. Edward have just one delivery left in his 5th over. The end of the 25th. With delivery, targeting the stump. Benjamin just gets inside and defends it. Just forward a square on the onside. Kimani Melius picks up. So the over comes to an end. 169 for 5. We've had a completion of 25 overs. 24. Between these two, a decent start. They'll be hoping that they will continue. They've still got Hamilton, Tyson, Lewis, and Anselm to come. But the leading batsmen already in the pavilion, just to rely on Benjamin and the rest, hoping Joseph will continue to lend that sort of support. Here he waits for Eli Box to continue to bowl his final over. This one just beats him outside the off stump, squared up slightly, and this time taken cleanly by Leo behind the stumps. Jed Joseph, 5 from 6 deliveries. On the back foot, spanking it down too long off. The fielder having to come off the boundary, picks it up one-handedly and sends a return up to the striker's end. One bounce to Leo. Just a single. But more in the favor of Dominica is Gian Benjamin, who's now beginning to step on the gas. He's on 30. If he wide outside the off some full as well, will challenge the fielder Chico on the boundary. He does well to pull it off. Good dive, preventing it from crossing the rope. But Benjamin comes for the second run. And a full delivery on that occasion from Eli Box. And a good shot from Benjamin, finding the gap. But Chico was there on the boundary to cut it off. Down too long off, which is vacant. The fielder, which is on the boundary far too wide, could merely just watch and see as it goes across the rope. So good attack in play by Benjamin. Now beginning to stamp his authority on proceedings. Gets a very dominant boundary. Getting to the pitch of that one, hitting it very powerfully indeed. Down to the long off boundary for 4. So Eli Box in for some hammering. In his final over, 2 for 58 so far. Just 2 deliveries left in his spell. And here he goes. A chase for Descartes comes around, feels well. They get the single. Good work by Descartes. It was powerfully struck by Benjamin. Descartes moving quickly to cut off the boundary. Joseph. Waits for Eli Box, a final delivery of his spell. Play down to long on. Chico again coming off the boundary. They get 1. St. Lucia wouldn't mind. Dominica be looking to find the boundary a bit more often. After 26, the 178 for 5. And chasing a Mammoth score of 428. St. Lucia getting 427 for 9 when they batted. Reminding you, those of you just joining us, Aki Mogis carrying his bat throughout the innings. 208 not out, including 16 fours and 14 sixes. And a tournament highest 132 run partnership for the second wicket with Noel Leo, who got 70. Kimani Melius 40. Jaden Eli box 33 with the leading score. This one is played into the offside. Fielder tumbling down quickly. Their chance for a run out. Joseph was stranded halfway up the track. In danger of being run out. But in the end, was able to scurry back into his crease. He's now just playing off the pad. Benjamin was ball watching for a bit, and in the end was able to complete that single. Close call there. Luckily for him, he decided at the right time to go to Fred. He's looking to reverse it again. This one is off the higher portion of the bat. Sliding stop. One bounce back into the keeper. Can we see Benjamin bringing out some heroics for Dominica here? But he's got to get going almost immediately, and he'll need some support from the rest of the Dominican batting. It's a short delivery, hit down to long on. Fielder coming quickly up the boundary under some pressure to prevent the second. Does well. Sends a return. One bounce into the bowler. Moving quickly on the boundary. Under pressure. Benjamin on 38. So delivery that he's looking to swing across the line. Gets good contact. Will challenge the fielder to the boundary. The ball wins the race now just over the up. So a good shot from Benjamin. One directed on about middle and leg stump. Getting across and pulling out the sweep. Using the broom to terrific effect. And has push on to 42 and inside of about 50 here in this inning. So again, liking the St. Lucian bowling. Has had 2 good days with the bat thus far. Looking to turn that one off the pad. Donan Edward. Benjamin is off the back foot. Is getting that one. It's backward up square. Can get the single. So a good end. A dot by Edward to end his 6th over. And the end of the 27th. 181 for 5. Dominica. $185 for 5, Dominica. Benjamin on 42. It's been another good knock from him. 36 balls, 3 fours and 1 6. And Robinson, the mainstay of the inning so far, caught by Eugene. Of the bowling of Eli Box for 75. Before that, Stefan Pascal. Breezy start to his innings. Before he was caught by Donan Edward, slapping one too long off. Edward taking a good sharp catch on the boundary. 21 of 12 balls, 2 6s and 1 4. When Pascal left, Kavem Hodge was then next to go. Caught by John L. Eugene off the bowling of McKenny Clark for 11. First ball in the spell from Clark. Tavernier caught Tariq Edward, bowled Eli Box for 14. Chidi Sullivan knew over this delivery that's played up on the onside by Joseph. As Tariq Edward was off the field for some time with an injured finger while trying to complete a catch. Comes into the attack. Second delivery is beating the bat outside the off stump. Stifle appeal for a caught behind, definitely beating the outside edge. Joseph gets one, is sweeping. Will get the boundary on this occasion. Beating the infield, sweeping it over the backward square and all the way down to the boundary. The fielder was in the circle. That one straight down the pad. Tariq Edward and paying the price. Again, Dominica welcoming every boundary. Still trailing by 238. 189 for 5. It's coming forward, driving. We're just getting a hand on it. A partial stop. The bowler, Tariq Edward. This one has been struck down too long. Will it carry? Yes, it does. Straight to the field. It goes over his hand all the way for 6. For a moment, thought he would have been inside, maybe conscious of where the rope was. This one hit in the air. Good contact by Joseph Clark. The tall figure, McKenny Clark, not really able to rope it in. No pun intended, because he was actually on the rope, and it went straight to his hand, and the gas went up by the St. Lucian fielders, hoping they might have been able to see the back of Joseph. But he goes to 19 with that 6. Turns it on the onside. Kimani Melius picks up. And no run. Over coming to an end. 195 for 5. So we've had 28 completed. Dominica still trailing by 232. But another miss by the St. Lucians, who started off well, taking all the catches that were offered. There were a few difficult ones, but in the end, it spilled at least 3 so far in the innings. Could have been in a much better position. Dominica being inspired by Gian Benjamin. 120 on Thursday, and out in the middle, fighting for his team on 42, and it's been another very good knock from him. Has looked resolute after he had settled into his innings. Started to push on. 3 4s and 1 6, and he's swinging this one down to the mid-wicket region. We'll get a single, 1 bounce to the fielder. 1 more to Benjamin. And Joseph, who seems to be coming into his own, has got 19 from 16. We're coming to strike. It's a deep mid-wicket, the long on, orthodox mid-wicket. This time the batsman on the back foot, giving himself some room, opening up his defense just a little. Playing that one in the offside. Joseph. Just whipping that one off the pad. And again bringing Descartes up the boundary. On the arms, the return to the bowler. So just 1. Benjamin. 43 so far. Looks around the field. Edward starts his approach. He's coming down the track, driving through the offside, square of the wicket. Descartes again, given some work to do. 1 bounce into the keeper, Leo. 197 for 5. And it's reaching a stage where the Dominicans really need to step it up. Last wicket, Robinson. This one is just a dab into the offside. I think I was single to go through for it quickly too. Good response by Benjamin. Actually, he would have been the one to have probably made the call from the non-strikers then. Got a good response from Joseph. Joseph with that single, moving up to 21, and Benjamin on 44. Coming to strike. Edward, the final delivery of this over. Pulling it just short back with a square. No ball called. Free hit now being signaled rather late by the umpire. But they'll accept it Nonetheless, there's a quick prod on the pitch by Benjamin. Just to settle the nerves a bit, get the concentration going, and digs out a delivery in the block hole. Actually hits the stump. Unusual way to get an opportunity for a free. It was right up in the block hole. So definitely must give Edward the kudos for such a good delivery on the free hit. But in the end, Benjamin continues to fight on, and this was a free hit. Good delivery sent down by Edward. Benjamin trying to get down on that one, missing. The bails dislodge, but no damage to the Dominican batting. 199 for 5. Looking to at least get as close as possible to the target. 190, 200 actually up. 200 up for 5. Joseph. This one he hits. And will it go? Will it a chance? Yes, it's taken on that occasion. The two fielders colliding. Let's hope there isn't any damage done. But in the end, the catch was taken. The two fielders were converging. Gaston taking the catch. There was a collision. McKinney Clark, both of them emerging, but Gaston was definitely running towards the better angle. But the St. Lucia should be happy that the wicket was taken and be hoping that there isn't too much damage done to the left boot of McKinney Clark. But they've been able to pick up the wicket. So another wicket goes down for the Dominicans. They needed to really get going. So you cannot really fault Joseph for the opportunity. So Dominica, with this setback, we'll have to start again. Yes, during the collision after the catch was taken, Gaston stepping on the boot of his fellow fast bowler. And definitely, I'm sure it will feel a lot less painful knowing that the catch was taken. 200 exact on the board. Dominica for the loss of 6. Actually taking a break for water at this time. So that's the latest position here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. 200 for 6. Dominica. Target of 428 for victory. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with you shortly. We're back with the action here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground after the water break. That's a good time to let you know that there's been a great recovery by the Grenadians at the Mindu Phillip Park. They're playing a reduced game against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The third place playoff. Getting to 203 of their allotted overs. They've intention yet to start the reply. But we're going to have a new batsman in, Vincent Lewis, to face Tariq Edward. This one is just played into the onside. Straight to Kimani Melius, who bends casually to pick up. So Tariq Edward picking up a wicket in his first over. This one is driven down to long off. The fielder coming in, picking it one bounce. Gaston bowls a return back in to Edward. Coming round the wicket to Benjamin. Benjamin looking to swing that one somewhere down into the mid-wicket region. It's going to run close to the boundary. A diving effort by Edward does well to cut it off. The left-hander sends a return back into the keeper. Good work moving across time. The slide to perfection. They get 2. Benjamin on 46. Full toss. Cannot take advantage on this occasion. They're stugging it straight to the short mid-wicket region. The fielder comes across. He picks up. We've had 30 completed Dominica men looking to get 428 to put their hands on the championship trophy. 203 for the loss of 6. More from Claudius Emmanuel.
Donan Edward coming up for his 8th over. Should say thank you to Ryan holding the fort. Looking to cut, catch being claimed, but umpire George is not agreeing. I thought I saw him nodding the head, but of course nodding the head does not mean out. Looking to cut there was Lewis. And Leo taking it, no touch. Solitary slip. Edward to Lewis. Lewis hoiks that high. A chance for a catch. Edward on the edge of the boundary. 06. Just a little too much on it. And Edward not able to lay a hand on it at all. So 6 to Lewis. Knowing that he needs to go big. Dominica going to 209 with the maximum. Lewis to 7. This is the 31st over. So Dominica still needing 219. Edward to Lewis. Lewis off the back foot, punches it square. Edward Tariq is there. No run, so it stays at 209. Swapping of positions between Gaston and Edward. Backward point and square leg. Long off, long on being sent to his left. Edward to Lewis. Lewis is playing across the line of a leg break and missing. And it stays at 209 for 6. This is the 30th over. Lewis needing to support Benjamin. Edward, wide of off stump, hit away out towards the offside. Good stroke, couple of bounces into the extra cover boundary. So Lewis with the big drive had the width and hitting that nicely inside out. Hitting it on the half volley. and hitting it to good effect into the boundary, taking him to 11. 213 for 6. Edward to Lewis. Lewis will go again this time. Long off. Is interested. Catch taken this time. Akimogis settling under it and taking it this time. So Lewis 6 and then out. As Akimogis, as usual, very comfortable, very stylish, very effective, completing the catch. So another wicket for Edward Dornan. 213 now for 7. Vincent Lewis going. Caught Ogis ball. Edward 11. And Dominica losing their 7th wicket. We'll have to wait and see. Tariq Edward been called in for his 3rd over. Dominica, well, they're just halfway there. 200, well, they're not even quite halfway. 215 more required. In fact, this game reminds us a little of the 438 ODI between South Africa and Australia. Just the amount, the first inning score. In that epic game back in 2006, 234 was the total. Benjamin off the back foot, chops it away, and finds the gap and will get the boundary. Oh, what a delightful stroke from Benjamin. It was short, he went back, found the gap, and away to the boundary for 4. That was like threading a needle, and Benjamin has brought his 50. 50 coming up in 43 balls, 60 minutes. 4 fours and 1 6. What a delightful stroke. And it's that ability that the St. Lucians need to be mindful of. Benjamin, well, he's going to keep Dominica in the hunt. Short, pulling away to mid-wicket. Will get the single. As the busy left-hander goes about his work. 51 from 44. Dominica to 218 for 7. This is not over by any means, because we saw Gillan Tyson provided good support to Benjamin on Thursday. Edward to him forward, defending away to shortish mid-on, no run. So the required rate has gone up close to 11. Edward to Tyson. Tyson driving along the ground, out to mid-wicket. Eugene is there, and they'll get 1 to get Tyson off the mark. 218 for 7. $218 for 7. Midway in the over. Edward round the wicket now to Benjamin. Benjamin, top edge, keeper takes it. The end of Benjamin looking to sweep one that was wide of off stump. Top edge found. And it's Noel Leo looking to latch onto it, getting to the short backward square position and taking the catch and enjoying that. The run had a bit of a dance aspect to it as he took the offering from Benjamin, who walks away, and a bit of byplay between himself and Eugene, saying, "Good knock, bro, but I'm happy to see you're back," as he walks away to the pavilion. Jovan G and Benjamin caught Noel, bowled Tariq Edward 51, and St. Lucia picking up the 8th wicket as the little keeper walks away in disappointment. It was a good innings from him. 51, 45 balls, 4 fours and 1 6, as the tall figure of Hamilton comes in to replace the departed Benjamin. So 218 for 8. Dominica still needing 209. And so successful St. Lucians, a vital wicket. because we saw what happened on Thursday. Benjamin, very effective, very ebullient type of player, doesn't give up, backs himself, and threatening, well, he was, to push the Dominicans closer and closer. He's gone now. The left-handed Hamilton will take his first ball with solitary slip in place. Ogis had slip. Yes. Round the wicket, Edward to Benjamin, who's forward. Faster delivery. Angled in. And the over coming to an end. I think Edward's saying there, maybe LBW. Shout, but the worm there twisting around each other. Well, Dominicans, they started on top in the blue, then they got level. Dominica went under, looking to get their noses above the red, but those 3 wickets, www, well, that website not working for the Dominicans. So St. Lucia in the ascendancy here, just 2 wickets away from grabbing the Windward Super 50 championship title. Edward, 2 for 55 from his 8. Will bowl to Tyson. Tyson is going long towards long on. Shonil Edward takes it but can't keep the catch. And in the end will allow the single. Save 6 for sure. But he took it, kept himself away from the boundary. But as he threw it back, was not able to take the catch of it. So the batters didn't run, so dot ball. Edward will come in again to Tyson. Goes back and punches to extra cover. No run. So Edward doing well to take the catch initially. The momentum taking him over the boundary. But he didn't give himself a good catch. He threw it too flat. Had to throw it in the air. Lofted. Over long off 6. So no opportunity for any relay to yourself there to Ogis. That's way over his head. And it has gone for 6. Tyson with the maximum. Pushing himself to 7 to 25 for 8. Edward to Tyson. Tyson back. Punch into Eli box in the circle at extra cover. No run. To 25 for 8. Edward, the leg spinner, to Tyson, who's stabbing that. He wants a single and can't get it. Don't think Hamilton is one to be taking quick singles. So it's going to be the final delivery of the over. Faster delivery. Punch down to long on for the single. So Tyson will remain in strike at the start of the next over. The 34th of the innings. Edward finishes his 9th, 2 for 62. The total is 226 for 8. And Dominica still needing 202. Well, I was talking about that game between South Africa and Australia. Australia getting 434. St. Lucia today 427 for 9. But the difference, of course, is that it was chased down by Australia. Australia 438. Lofted out towards, over in fact, long on 6. Another maximum from Gillan Tyson. Taking him into double figures. He's 14. And the total 232 for 8. All of 196 runs left. And Tyson will be looking to enjoy himself and hit as many as he can out of the playing area. He's swinging at this one. Struck on the pad, it looks like. And the ball going to Shonil Edward at backward square leg. No run. So he's on 14, 232 for 8. He's going long again. Another 6 over long on once again, this time to his left. But same result. Showing the ability to clear the boundary. Hitting nice, long and high over the fielder. And 6 to Tyson again. So 2 6s in 3 balls. He's quickly to 20. And Tariq Edward feeling the pressure from the bat of Tyson. Edward to Tyson, who's looking to work it away. Optimistic appeal as that was heading down the leg side. So Edward with a dot ball. Coming to Tyson again. Flighted. Tyson playing and missing. Leo about to go up as usual, but there was no touch there. One delivery left in the Edward over, the 44th of the innings. Comes into Tyson, who's going big but missing. Outside off stump, and the over coming to an end. Highlighted by 2 big blows from Tyson over long on for 6. So 238 now for 8. We have had 34 overs. Dominica still need a whopping 190 to get. So the loss of Benjamin really hurting the Dominicans badly. Got 51. And so the story for the Dominicans is that they have just not put partnerships together. Edward with his final over. Bowls to Hamilton. Outside the off stump. Bale's been removed by Leo for the second successive delivery. But the batsman grounded. Edward 2 for 62 to Hamilton, goes back and defends away to short mid off. There's no run. 238 for 8. Solitary slip. Edward to Hamilton, quicker delivery, clipped away for a single to get Hamilton off the mark. 239 for 8. St. Lucia here, 2 deliveries away from a victory. 2 wickets away, 239 for 8. That's gone high. Possibility of a catch. Auguste will take it. So the end of Keelan Tyson. His 6 hitting exhibition has come to an end. Looking to go area, looking to clear wide long off. But not to this man, Akim Auguste. Well, he can remember this day for the rest of his life. Big double 100 and taking up his second catch as he's accounting for the loss of Tyson. Caught Auguste, bowl Edward Donan for 20, and Dominica losing their 9th wicket. 239 for 9 as the tall figure of Ansem comes out, and appropriately number 11 on his back. Number 11 coming in at number 11. Well, we saw Lewis on Thursday with number 8 coming at 8 and being dismissed for 8. And Tyson with number 9 coming in at 9. He didn't score 9. And we have a challenge for Mr. Ansem. Can he get to 11? So Donan Edward, 2 deliveries left in his over. he will want to wrap it up and complete the victory. This is the 45th over, so lots of overs to come. The required rate 11.81, but this is the final pair. Solitary slip. St. Lucian's on the verge, and they would enjoy this victory when it comes. Faster delivery outside the off stump. A very quick delivery from Edward, which he tends to do quite often. He's one known to bowl even the bumper. But this one outside the off stump, missed by Anselm. Edward to Anselm, and pushing through, almost a seam-up delivery. End of the over, played away by Anselm safely, and the over coming to an end. A successful one from Edward, who finishes his 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 63. The wickets of Fontaine, Lewis, and Tyson. So success for the leg spinner, doing his job, contributing to the effort by St. Lucia. 239 for 9. So St. Lucia just 1 wicket away. And it will be Tariq Edward who will continue. He'll bowl to Hamilton. So 2 for 31, Tariq, as he comes round the wicket to Hamilton, who goes back, plays away into the offside, and he'll get a single as Melius does not pick up inside the circle. Eugene has to do the work at the extra cover boundary. So Hamilton going to 2, and Courtney Anselm will face his third delivery as Edward will come in to him. Turns it away to mid-wicket. Melius is there, and there's no run. So St. Lucia on the verge here as Edward flighted delivery turned away by... Oh, hesitation. Not sure why the return hits the stumps, does it? But umpire George says Hamilton was in. Seemed to have been an easy single. Anselm went for it, and for some reason he stuttered and almost caused a bit of difficulty in completing the run. It was taken, so Anselm getting off the mark. 241 for 9. Edward round the wicket to Hamilton, who's forward. Very studiously defending away. It's just a matter of time now for St. Lucia. Edward to Hamilton, going back, standing up straight, and punch into Melius at extra cover on the edge of the square. No run. Edward round the wicket, flighted delivery, hit away too long off along the ground for the second half of its journey, and 1 taken. End of the over, the 36th of the innings. Hamilton getting the single. 242 for 9. So Dominica still 186 to win their scorecard. Robinson 75, Benjamin 51, the main contributors. 21 from Joseph, 21 from Pascal, 20 from Tyson. So bowling change as Donnan completes his spell of 10. Melius taking the ball. Some people are suggesting that it should be Aki Mogis to come to complete things, to get an over or 2, but Melius is taking the ball. Round the wicket, he sends Hamilton back. Of course, we'll take a close look at the elbow and arm of the action of Melius. Looks to be okay. Full toss, clipped away. And goes straight to Edward. No run. Very short run from Melius round the wicket. Hamilton goes back and plays away to Gaston. And there's no run. So slip in place. Melius to Hamilton, who turns it nicely, but straight to Edward at backward square leg. There's no run. So Melius with 4 dot balls. Again, flighted delivery, full toss, punch away, beating the diving Melius down to long off. Shonil Edward is there. And Hamilton gets 1. I think Hamilton and Ansem there. I think they don't want to fall to the bowling of Melius. It was a very wide one. Called wide by umpire George. So I think they'll be doing everything to protect their wickets against Melius. Final delivery of the over. Wide, let go. And, well, wide-ish, not called wide. Legitimate delivery. End of the over. And so the over completed. 244 for 9. Who's going to bowl this over? The 38th of the innings. So Donnan Edward is finished. So Edward Shonil has 3, Gaston 3, McKenna Clark 5, Eli Box and Donnan Edward are completed. Tariq Edward is at 5, so he will be the one to come in for his 6th. Maybe the next over, should the wicket not fall, we might see Akim Ogist. Tariq Edward bowls to the left-handed Hamilton, pushing away to extra cover. There's no run. Melius had a very short mid-off. Edward to Hamilton, who goes back, wants to single. It's not on. Has to come back as Akim Ogis doing the fielding. 244 for 9. So this game petering out into a very tame result. Not the big exciting game that you anticipated. At one point with Gian Benjamin looking to be busy. Could have been. Edward to Hamilton goes back, hitting it into the offside. The single will be had as Eugene has to come from the boundary. So 1 to Hamilton, taking him to 5. The total 245 for 9. 2 deliveries left in the 38th over. The off spin of Tariq Edward with this offside sweeper coming into the circle. Descart, whom we haven't seen with the ball today. Edward flighted delivery, going long, mid-wicket. Ogis will take another one, and that's the game. Akim Ogis taking his 3rd catch, and to really underline his contribution in this game. St. Lucia achieving victory as Ansem caught Ogis, bowled Tariq Edward for 1. Dominica men all out 245. And so victory to St. Lucia by a whopping 183 runs. And so the Windward Super 50 champions are in fact St. Lucia, defending quite comfortably the huge total of 427 for 9 on the back of the double 100 from Akim Ogis, bowling out Dominica for 245. Ogis himself picking up 3 catches as Dominica falling short. 75 Robinson, 51 Benjamin, 21 Pascal, 21 also Jed Joseph, 22 Tyson, and 14 to Tavernier. The bowling all-round effort by the St. Lucians. Tariq Edward, 3 for 35. Donnan Edward, 3 for 63. Jaden Eli Box, 2 for 60. And a wicket each for McKinney Clark and Shonil Edward. So St. Lucia team enjoying the final result as they exchange the customary handshakes with the Dominica team, and the end of a very interesting, good quality of play throughout the games that we have had, the 3 games leading up to the final. And St. Lucia deserving champions, you'd have to say, playing quite well. We're winning the 2 games. A bit of a hiccup on Thursday as they went down to Dominica, but happy as these 2 teams met today to return the compliment, getting it over Dominica, beating them by 183 runs. So that is how we wrap up things here on commentary. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the games that we have had. Very good quality cricket. I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing it and reporting on it. And so on behalf of the entire team, we wish to thank you for listening and engaging us with your comments and following the action, as it's been a pleasure bringing it to you. So the end of the championship. Of course, the game for 3rd place still going on at the Mendo Fuller Park, but a completion here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So just recap for you before we go. St. Lucia in that 427 for 9. Ogis 208. And the figures for that: 133 balls, 16 fours, 14 sixes. And good support coming from Leo, 70, Kimani Melius, 40, 33 Eli Box, and bowling for Dominica. Tyson, 4 for 77, Vincent Lewis, 2 for 63, and Ansem, 1 for 46. And Dominica from 37.5 overs, 245 all out, with the 3 wickets, as we told you, for Tariq Edward, 3 for 63, Donnan Edward, and 2 wickets for Eli Box. They did quite well indeed. So success for St. Lucia by 183 runs. So on behalf of the entire team, Ryan O'Brien with commentary, Roland Cox with scoring and statistical support, Mr. David Oliver and the team, it's been an absolute pleasure. And so on behalf of everybody, Claudia Simmanuel saying thank you for being with us, and good evening from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.